nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, welcome once again to the Board of Education monthly meeting. We're glad you guys showed up to hear about the board business for this month. We really greatly appreciate that. At which time we will have Marion do our roll call.
Mr. Mitchell?
Here.
Ms. McCollum?
Here.
Mrs. Mullins?
Present.
Mr. Turner?
Here.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Present. Mr. Taylor?
Present.
And Mrs. Jordan?
Present. Secretary Gilly, do you have any communications?
I wanted to extend condolences to the family of Bernard Siegel and also Trayvon Shannon. He lost a great community leader who was an asset to Benhart area schools. He supported many other programs as far as sports, and he did a lot of things in the community. He'll be greatly missed. And the unfortunate incident of us losing another student that our staff and our students have to bear this loss this last week of school. We just want to ask everyone to continue to keep us in your prayers. And I guess we had a successful graduation. Our speaker was Keontae Turner,
Yes.
alumni of Jackson State University. He's done great, phenomenal things in the community, and he's a great mentor for our young youth to model after his accomplishments and achievements. So we appreciate him coming to extend his knowledge to the class of 2016, and I must say they were amazing. They were so excited about graduating. It was nice to see that in them. So I want to say congratulations to all the graduates. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Gilly. And to add to the piece about Mr. Siegel, that's also a family member of our staff, member Mrs. Terrell. That's her brother-in-law. So we are also praying for her. Thank you so much for that. We're moving on to our recognitions. This is the fun part of it. We get to recognize people and give them accolades for them being awesome as they are. The participation in the math club competition. This is the Kindergarten Discovery Center. And the recognitions will be Skylar Davis, Dominic Dorsey, Carissa Henderson, Corwin Kyle, Tamia McKnight, I hope I'm saying it correctly. If I'm not, please forgive me, and Alex Williams. So, will the Kindergarten Discovery Center please come forward at this time? Hi, how are you? So you know what? You guys have done some really awesome and amazing things, and so much so that you get to attend the Board of Education meeting in June this month, 2016. And this board is going to honor you. We appreciate it. So I'm going to ask you to form a line, starting there with Mr. Johnson. You all can line up behind her in the pink. And I'm going to call your names. Of course, you're Willie Madison. You're not Willie Madison. This is a different, this is Dominic.
So,
Okay.
Madam President, is there a teacher
Yeah.
with the kindergarten students in the audience? Or a parent, you can come up as well.
I'm going to take your pictures. Okay.
All right?
Yeah, I just want, I'll call their name and who's the showing thing? You know, I'm the first one. I don't know. That's correct. Okay. So this award goes out to Carissa Henderson for participating in the math club competition for 2015-16 school year. Watch yourself, sweetie. Watch yourself. Yeah. Congratulations to your turn.
Thank you, Legislature.
And the next one is this Tamia? Okay, Tamia McKnight. There you go. Congratulations, sweetheart. And that Corwin? That's Corwin's child? Dominic. Oh, Dominic down here. Okay, Dominic Dorsey.
I need you to stand around the room, superintendent, please, so I can get
You want to hold it? There you go. Okay. Yes, congratulations, Dominic. And this young lady, would that be Skylar? That's Alex? Okay. Alex Williams? Congratulations, Alex. Would you guys please give them another round of applause? Mrs. Sanders, do you need me to give these to you for the ones that did not attend? Thank you. Oh, he's from home? Okay. Oh. I knew that one thing. Okay.
When we have one more.
We have another one, yeah.
No, the winner,
The WSBT. You guys don't have it?
no, I think what happened is we skipped past that. We went on to recognition, so we need to go and approve the agenda, and then we can go to recognition.
Oh, that's not correct. So before we honor Mr. Willie Matheson, may I have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Support.
All right. Moved by Mr. Mitchell, seconded by Mr. Turner. Yes.
Ms. Kelly,
Yes.
Ms. McGowan,
Yes.
Mr. Turner,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
and Mrs. Stewart.
Yes. Motion for approval of the agenda passes unanimously. Now we'll return to our recognitions, and we're gonna ask Ms. Brackovich to come up and bring with her Mr. Willie Matheson. And his dad, absolutely. I'm gonna read Mr. Matheson's, certificate first, and then we'll just ask that you go around the table and shake the board member's hand. This certificate is proudly presented to Willie Matheson for winning the I Love to Read Challenge sponsored by WSBT for the 2015-16 school year. Congratulations, Mr. Matheson. I know.
You just walked in.
Oh, okay. Ms. Sandra, is she?
She was a nurse.
Support. Come to the front.
Hello, Mr. Kyle. I know this is a proud moment, right? Well, Mr. Corwin Kyle, guess what? You are receiving a certificate for participating in the math club competition for 2015-16. I heard you rock. Is that true? All right. All right, little fella. Congratulations. Can you start at the head of the table and shake hands with everyone, please? Can you please give him another round of applause? Well, we're moving on to our public participation. And all that the board asks of you is that you will give us your first and last name. And if you prefer, you can also give us your address if you would like for a letter to be sent to you in response to your concern or your question. So at this time, the floor is open. The Board of Education through policy allows 3 minutes.
And Chair, will we be sticking to the minutes?
Yeah, they got a thing.
Okay.
Isn't that what that is?
I started doing something, so I thought it was that.
All right, well, if someone would like to take time. So the floor is open. Please feel free to come up to the front table here.
Hello, board. My name is Carrie Krause, and I reside at 569 Cat Court. I don't know some of you on the board. I haven't been here in a while because I haven't had any complaints in a while. But I have some concerns, and my concerns are this. We had a literacy program, and it was taken away from our babies. I have a second grader and a first grader going into second and third grade. They do not know how to read. This is a problem in the community of Benton Harbor schools. I'm speaking on my children, but I know I'm an advocate for many children here in Benton Harbor. I was very upset. I have been trying my hardest to have a meeting with the superintendent. I've been canceled 3 times, my meeting, and I felt like I was being pushed off as a parent. I was very upset. I understand that there's reconstruction going on in our community for our schools, which is, some things are positive, some things are negative. But I still feel no matter what is going on, our children come first. And I have a problem with programs being pulled and our children are lacking. I don't care what has to go on to run this school, our kids come first. And I am appalled that I keep coming back to this school and my children are dum-dums. I'm upset, I'm angry, and I'm appalled. We put you in these positions to maintain our children's education. I'm very upset. And I have tried my hardest to do for this community, for this school, and I'm fed up. I don't know why it is that Benton Harbor has to do what they do, but I know this. It all comes to reconstruction, and I understand, Ms. Walker, you just got here and you picked up the mess that all the other superintendents didn't do. I got that. I understand, Ms. James, you took on a handful, because you have to know that the community is, they don't come and talk because they know that it's not going to change. That's why people don't get up and vote. That's why people don't come to these meetings. Well, you have a full house tonight, thank God, for the people that do come out. You and you don't do it. You don't keep your word. And so the people out in the community don't trust you. And when you don't have trust, you don't have anything. Your word is your bond. We have an open door policy. I haven't yet got to talk to Ms. Walker, except for at the murder scene of my grandson. I'm hurt. I'm hurt because I don't, everybody in this room pretty much know who I am, and they know that I care about these babies. They know that I'll go beyond and above for their kids. It don't have to be my kids. So I'm here speaking on all the children, not just my children. My children are lacking. They're struggling. Yeah, I got 2 successful children out of school. Very successful children. But they didn't come to Benton Harbor all their life. They only came the last 2 years. And if they wouldn't have went to Coloma, they wouldn't have had the structure to make it through Benton Harbor. And I'm not trying to slander Benton Harbor because I live in Benton Harbor and I represent Benton Harbor. But there's got to be something that gives for our children. Our children have to come first. And this curriculum that y'all are doing by the state or whatever, you need to go back to the state and tell them it's incorrect. We need to go back to the old school way. Because I learned, and I'm an A student in college. I learned the old school way. I didn't learn this new curriculum thing. My babies come home, I don't even know how to help them. You know, and I'm an A student. What? There's a problem. What about the kids that just barely made it through? The parents that just barely made it through, and they're coming home with this homework and they can't even help their kids. There's a problem. And the reason why I'm so passionate and hurt is because I give to the community. I give to these kids. I want them to have a successful life. Not just my children, but all children. And I'm hurt by it. And you should be hurt and ashamed too. And that's why I came tonight. God bless everybody that got a certificate. Praise the Lord. I'm so proud of you. But I'm here because I'm compassionate about the kids. And the only board member that I can get hold of, there's 2 of them. And that's Miss Goldie and Miss James. Shame on the rest of you. Shame on the rest of you. And that's what I have to say tonight. Get it together for our kids. Because it's not right.
I would like to apologize to you for that being your experience.
The community, it's all our babies. Get it together so my kids don't become dum-dums in this generation.
She said the literacy program. There was a reading literacy program. It's the level literacy intervention. Am I correct that, Mr. Council? Was it the level literacy intervention when they took them out for small groups?
Yeah, and that helped the kids. They were actually learning, like my baby had double A, and at the right time summer, he was in a double D. He came back in the fall, and he went all the way back to a double A because they took the reading program out. Boys cannot retain information like girls can't. I'm sorry, and I got 5 boys. And my one son is he's not struggling because I work with him every day. My other boys are struggling. I'm a single mom. And to have to go one-on-one with each child is a struggle. I need y'all to do your part. I'm doing my part as a parent.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Fine, how are
I
you?
apologize.
Oh, that's okay.
But we want everyone to have the opportunity.
Oh, I understand. I'm not rushing in.
Okay. Please give us your first name.
My name is Jerry Edwards, and I'm also president of Bracken Edwards Youth Organization Umbrella. Some of you might have heard it as BU or Umbrella. Basically, I'm here to beg, not here to criticize or complain, just straight out old-fashioned beg. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Robert Taylor in Chicago, but I have 5 children. They're all grown. 5 girls, 2 boys. I raised them in Robert Taylor. And the school system that they went to was all right. But what I found out in my short time here on earth from 62 But what I found out, unless we want to turn our educational system around, and I know there's some teachers here and doctors and all that, but education is no more than the information that you give another person. That's all it is, bottom line. An educator is somebody that shares what they know, the knowledge they have, with someone else. That's all education is. But what I found out is the only way that we're going to be able to help our children here in Ben Harbor, and I didn't raise any of my kids here. I don't have any here. I don't have any grandkids to go to any of these schools. I just moved back here in 2014. And I'm like the lady that just came before me. My passion is to help the children of Ben Harbor succeed just like my children did in Robert Taylor. But I found out in my short time, the only way that's going to get done, and this is not directed at the board only, but every last person that can hear me, the only way we can turn this around is we have to become unselfish. I had a lady ask me today, what was my biggest fear of my organization failing? And I told her my biggest fear is for me to become big-headed and selfish. Because once I become big-headed and selfish, I can care less about these kids. All I want is a check. And I don't even get a check for doing it. But there's other ways we can become selfish because we'll think it's all about me. I got to be at the top. If I give this program and my name is not at the top, then I'm gonna make sure it don't succeed. If I'm the president, you don't want to do what I say, then I'm not going to vote for anything you want to do. Parents the same way. That ain't my child walking down the street. I can care less if they go to school or not. That's selfish. So unless the board, the teachers, coaches, janitors, people who don't even have kids go here, unless we become unselfish, we're going to keep doing this every Tuesday. Every Tuesday. It's that simple. When we go home, school will be out tomorrow, I think it is. We got from then to September to get ourselves together. 3 months to get ourselves together for these kids. And if we don't do it, we'll be doing the same thing next year. We have a process. I know all that. But you know what? I believe that we're more intelligent than the state because all the state wants is new votes in November. That's all they care about. Be realistic about it. Unless we got 3 months to get this thing together. And if we can't do it in 3 months, how do you expect them to do it? They're not going to do it because they're watching us. Whatever we do, you think they don't know? They know. This has been hard. Everybody knows everybody. I got a dog named Sugar, and I bet you about 5 people here know my dog's name. So we need to get this thing together. And that's what I'm begging for. If there's something I can do personally, or my organization can do, let me know. I don't have to take credit for it. I don't need credit for it. I just need these kids to get the opportunity to succeed just like anybody else. And to me, it has nothing to do with poverty. It has nothing to do with none of that. Robert Taylor was the worst project housing in the United States of America. And all 5 of my kids have their own business. So don't tell me about you don't have enough money. The only thing we don't have is we don't have an understanding, we don't have patience, and we don't have love. That's what we're missing. And you can't get that unless you become unselfish. And what I mean by unselfish, it ain't about me. It's that simple. It ain't about me. Who cares about your position? I don't even want it. I don't even care about my own position. Yes, I know my time running out, right? They got something else to say. I'm gonna say this and then I go.
Your words are just as important as anyone else. But
Yes,
there's so
yeah.
many people here that we like to hear over here.
I agree with you. Can I get 10 seconds? 10 seconds. I want to say this. So I'm just begging for everyone in here, particularly Ben Harbor School staff, please, let's quit being selfish and get these kids on the right road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Hello, Board of Education, Tanisha Jones, Ben Harbor High School graduate class of 2011, current family coach at Montessori Academy. And I just want to talk about the overall conditions at Morton. Unfortunately, after Ms. Angel Creighton left Morton, we didn't receive any type of resources, any type of visitation from any central administration staff. Ms. Walker, we only saw you probably once, that one time that you came here when Ms. Creighton left. And I just feel that, like, I'm not sure if it was the initial intent to remove Ms. Creighton away from our school or whatever the situation was, but I am, just overall dissatisfied with what went on. And as a young professional coming back from college over the summer, I had graduated in May 2015, and over the summer, I did a lot of recruitment. And with the recruitment, I assured these parents, that Ben Harbor area schools were going to be different and that we were going to restore the word and all of these different things. But now it's like a slap in the face because it's then come to Morton. I know these things are going to happen at Morton. We're going to be at Morton. But, not only was the school conditions very poor, my overall experience as like a professional, for it to be my first job, I'm kind of almost thankful that I was on the layoff list versus me having to quit to feel like I gave up on my community, to say like, oh, okay, well, at least they just laid her off. She didn't quit. Because it was no mentorship, the work environment, the conditions that was going on. I found out about my layoff via Facebook. I logged on Facebook and everybody was tagging me like, did you see this? Did you see this? I'm like, no, I didn't, but okay. And then, even with the professional development, we received none, a lack of resources to do my job. And even with my benefits, as far as my dental plan went, health benefits, all of that, somehow I was skipped over. I didn't receive benefits until April. And so, then here come May and June. So I've only had benefits for 2 months now. And so you all have to go ahead and back. And I do have a master's degree from the University of Michigan, Educational Policy and Leadership. And then I took a huge pay cut, even taking a job. And on top of not having a job, I didn't receive any of those benefits until April. And so maybe in a couple of days, they'll be over. I'm not really sure, but I don't know. I just want to say that whoever you all hire and move on further with whatever is going on, I just hope that you all will go ahead and make sure that you have these young professionals that's coming in to have a better working experience. And I also have a question about summer school. I'm just not sure how a 10-day summer school program from August 15th to August 26th will be beneficial to our children. Thank
Short here, I think everybody see that. My name is Diane Thomas. I live in Benton Harbor. I know many people probably want to know what Ms. Thomas has to say. There's much to be said. I'm a resident of Benton Harbor, been here for 70 years. I want to definitely to Ms. James. I think so many people in the community can say so many things about Ms. James. Actually, she's the reason I come into Benton Harbor Area School District. However, with saying that is that I just heard it through the grapevine. I heard someone talking. People in our community, they just don't collaborate unless you in this clique, you in that clique. So I just happened to be in a store and I just overheard the conversation. All these people got all these degrees in this area here, and they're not doing a thing. So I just kind of thought I would kind of like shop around and find out where Miss James lived at. And it took me maybe a week to find out where she lived at so I could see what I could do to try to help my school district. But being said and done, I ended up getting into the school district, which I've been in the district for about 7 years in special education, working with cognitive impaired students. When I come to find out, after working 7 years, a lot of people still talking about that. Oh, she had a master's, she's working with these kids, and this is all she's doing. Well, I'm here today because it's time for me to get out of my share of why I'm working with special needs children. There's a special need here in Benton Harbor for the behavior issues that we deal with in our schools. I'm a victim. That's my number one reason why I'm working with children that have disabilities. My family is a victim. I won't go into how, but it's severe, it's emotional. Something I have to live with, something I'm gonna die with. So my thing is, I'm gonna stick around in this community long enough to see change. Change, because it's necessary for our parents, for the students, and whatever that I can do, I'm willing to turn cartwheels. I think I've been doing it quite well. I'm not gonna say that our kids can't learn. I'm all about the data-driven information. I've been keeping up with it myself, with the children that I've been working with over 7 years. I've seen tremendously growth. I know that's what the school is looking for. And ask me if I'm getting paid. No. Volunteer. When you're serious about doing work, you're serious about making a difference. Sometimes you kind of tune that out until you see what you do know. Is it working? So I can say for myself, what I've been doing for 7 years, yes, what I've been doing is working with these kids. Go do your data work. I can do it for you. Every kid that I've worked with in 7 years, not one, but everyone have improved 1 or 2%, 3 or 4, 5 or 6. And that's what the school district is saying that we want to see. You have to get people that is dedicated, and sometimes we're not dedicated unless we feel we got a certain amount of money, we got to be having this, we got to be having that. I know what I can do with my master's. Nothing that I did over 7 years by accident. I literally know what I'm doing. So I welcome change, whatever the change may be. I pray to God that it's for the best for these children. Because I do know they can learn. If they can learn with disabilities, I know if they got the right people that have their best interests, like I do, I know that these kids can score on these tests. I know if they can do it, let's say, being cognitive impaired as they want to say. And sometimes people get mad at me when I say, sometimes I don't know what special is. I really wish we could come up with another name. Because I don't really know what special is for what I've seen over the last 7 years in our district. I really truly don't. So, do that mean I'm special? Yes, I do know that I am special. I think everybody's built is special. That's life. No one is the same. Everyone's different. Until we accept that. And accept that change is necessary too. And sometimes, with a leadership degree, we know what all you got to do. I know all that. My leadership degree is in public service. And I can bounce across the United States and work with Obama. And I know I do a great job. Because I'm serious about making a difference in children's lives. And I just want to say I welcome the change.
All right, thank you.
Well, hello, Mr. Washington.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm just awful, thank you, but I'm right on set. I'm right where I'm supposed to be this time, day is third. Hi, my name is Wesley Fleming. I'm a board of,
The mic going west, hit it west on the top, yeah. It's
all right, maybe it's just,
a little tall, and you said it kind of low.
my name is Wesley Fleming, fellow board of education and parents and students of Ben Harbor area schools. I'm here today, listening to some of the issues that our parents and members of the community have. The problem that I have, it's a lot simpler than what I've been hearing and reading in newspapers. I don't want to take that time right now because I don't really believe my problems. I don't believe this forum is the spot for it. I just wanted the Board of Education to know who I am. I sent every one of you a email outlining my life. It is correct. I really believe with your help, it'll be easy for us to meet that. The problems we have here are like greater than that. It's my problem and my wife's problem, my grandson's problem is only our students. Your hands are full. Let's take care of these issues and make our city and our school system a lot better. From what I can tell, just listening to our people here, the heart of a tiger. Everybody here has a heart of a tiger, and I believe that you have a heart of a tiger also. You're not very serious. That's the plan. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Harold Harrington. I live at 815 Pipestone. And I want to say before I be very brief and read, I notated my words tonight because I want to be brief. But I just want to say to the board that I still have confidence and faith no matter what happens. I know the personalities on this board, and I know y'all gonna get together and work it out because I believe every last one of you all have our students' interests at heart. I've been working with you all year. I remember when this board came on board, and I've kept notes from that time. And I know you've been pressed with some hard issues, but I've seen you work through issues harder than these. With that being said, I want to get to what my purpose is. And I want you all to pay close attention, if you will, with your hearts, and listen, and I'll be through very briefly. I've won 3 awards from Tedesco Magic. Each award was not one I applied for, but recommended by previous management in the area of teamwork. So I'm taken aback when spring break of 2015, I encountered this nasty, unprofessional management attitude towards my person. Manner was intimidating, belittling, rude, and conniving. Not only was I left to do 2 persons' job, but I was told untruths concerning the replacement of the unfulfilled position. I bring this matter before the board and community to identify and point out to you this management behavior and to make a statement that this type of behavior will not be tolerated. First, I wouldn't do it. From me, it will not be tolerated. And anyone else. I know the next order of procedure is that black and white data is to be supplied to Mr. Steve Mitchell, who in turn supplies that data to the board. I must personally myself notify Tedesco Magic district manager, who then sets meeting to hear all facts and make a determination based on findings. In closing, it has been said, my approach won't do any good. Well, this I promise you. Truth will reveal who that personality is, even if it's me. No company will allow anyone, I'm finishing right now, to tarnish their image, especially if that management perpetrates the negative image toward that company. Listen, everybody, never let anybody intimidate or belittle you, and never be afraid to stand up when you feel your feelings are being wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Hello, my name is Aisha Blunt.
Hi, Ms. Blunt, how are you?
I'm great. I do have a few concerns. One is pretty much, the first one is pretty much a statement. You all took the principal from Morton, and now the school is closing. The principal is up, possibly for termination. You have a lot of alumni and alumnus that are well educated and qualified to do some of the jobs here, but it don't seem like you all really want them. Those same people, including myself, talk to other parents and ask them not to transfer their kids out. Pretty much like Tanisha said, it's a slap in the face because now the thing is, was it a money thing or are we really concerned about our children? I said that to say this. My child is in 4th grade going on to 5th grade. She has not had a consecutive certified teacher all year long. There's no return work coming in my household. I am too a single parent with the help of her father. We know what she does and how she does it, but as far as from the aspect from her report card, what I never received anything in return showing me that, well, this is how we come to this conclusion of these grades. It was questioned. I brought it towards to the teacher's attention, to the principal, the acting principal's now attention, due to Ms. Clark isn't there. So academically, I don't have anything tangible to say, well, this is accurate with the progress report. Mind you that last report card, my child didn't even receive a report card, once again, because she did not have a certified teacher. Her teacher that was certified recently quit. Not just that, what are we going to do with our kids? I received a letter today saying summer school, 10 days. What is that gonna do for a kid? Not just that, let me enlighten you on a few issues that I've had just recently. I think it was around June 2nd. My daughter was hit with the door at school. I brought this to the teacher's attention as well as the acting principal. There was no accident report written up. Nobody had anything to say at this particular meeting. Not just that, my daughter got into a fight. Her head was slammed. I didn't get a phone call, but a few days prior to that, I received a phone call stating my daughter was arguing with someone over a pencil because a little boy snatched one, another little boy had one, when these indeed were her pencils. Come to find out, my child, that same day that this pencil incident happened, I got a phone call. But when she was in a physical altercation, as well as getting hit in the head by a school door, and that was on accident, as a parent, I didn't receive a phone call. So I just want to enlighten you all on some of the things that go on in these schools. And then my last thing, the referrals, the suspensions. Is there anyone that actually looks at this information? A teacher wrote a referral stating that my child was in a fight, but it was actually an argument over some pencils. That phone call I received, which was to come pick her up from school. How was she supposed to learn if I was going to come pick her up from school over an argument with some pencils? That was something that should have been handled inside the classroom. So my thing to you all is, for the next teachers or whoever that you all hire to help us educate our children, make sure they're qualified to handle certain issues. Don't write referrals and send these kids out of the classroom because they have a so-called attitude to the focus room. Once you go to the focus room so many times, your child is suspended from school. Because that happened to my child. Thank you.
Hello.
My name is Baby Mary, and I've lived there for like 4 years. And my daughter had moved there in 2015. I was volunteering at kindergarten and service center, and my daughter passed away in January. But anyway, my grandchildren stayed with their dad, and I still was volunteering at the school. And I seen things that were going on in the classroom when I would tell the principal when nothing was happening. And my grandson was very close to his mom, so he was showing behavior problems. And he started to get better, but then it started to get worse. And I noticed, I was talking, me and his dad had a good relationship, and I noticed like every week he was getting kicked out of school. But I would come to the school, and the principal would even tell me that he was suspended out of school, and I walk down to the classroom and go there, and the teacher said he's not here today because he got suspended. But anyway, with this volunteering at the school, the teacher, Gina Fabro, she did a lot of screaming and hollering. She would get upset with the children, kicking the chairs, and I don't know how a child can learn if you're screaming and hollering if you're screaming and hollering in their face. So maybe later on, like about May, by April, as I get done talking to the principal, nothing happened. She never got out of her chair to go see what was going on in the classroom, so I quit volunteering. And then I would call down to the administration office to speak to Mrs. Walker, and they always say you were busy or you were too busy to set up a meeting or, And I think that he needed some kind of behavior, something at school to help him, with the loss of his mom, and he wasn't getting it. But I noticed that, what's her name?
Ms. Brown.
Mrs. Gray? Yeah. But when she would come and volunteer, she would give him the extra attention that he needed, he would calm down and, stuff. But I think that she needs to be addressed or move to a bigger, higher class. Kindergarten is not for her. It's not. But it's just,
Ms. Meredith, first let me say to you, sorry for your loss. We appreciate your volunteers in our schools. And please know that you're welcome to continue to do that. The presence of parents in buildings, it's amazing. I volunteered with my kids from preschool all the way up to, I think, when they were in 6th grade. So it's important. Don't give up.
why did you go? I've been volunteering for like 10 years. I'm from the Van Buren area. I just moved here. So I'm just saying the school district is different from how they do things to how you guys do things. And things that I seen that was going on in that school, I've never seen that in my life. It's just, I'm just saying.
It's your truth, right?
Huh?
I said it's your truth. That's
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Become the long winded preacher. Right. Really cool.
Hello, Mr. Jennings. How are you?
Dr. Jennings, been our resident, local person, civil leader, been our long-time lover of the city of Ben Harbor. Everybody at this desk is professional. This room is full of professionals, so nobody needs me to remind them to be professional. Those half of y'all are as professional, more professional than I am. But as a man of God, I just want to admonish you and encourage you that the world is watching, especially the district, the area is watching. So please, and there's a lot of tension. There's a lot of tension. A lot of people are angry because of the layoffs. The tension, way up here. The attention in this room is big. So I admonish you as a man of God to please be careful daily, to decide every morning to be as professional as you can be, because the world is watching Ben Harbor, and definitely the state and the area is watching Ben Harbor. Please, brothers and sisters. Wow, as a coach and as a as a man of God, I was out at Silver Beach the other day when our brother, friend Trayvon Shannon, was, let me not talk about that. Are you at liberty? I know this is not a Q&A setting, but can you at least, can somebody at least address this briefly? Are you optimistic about receiving that $4 million grant to salvage, to help salvage the district? I know that's a big elephant question, but how soon, if you're not at liberty to answer that question now, how soon, will it be a matter of waiting to see? Will it be a matter of waiting to see? And I want you to know that I'm not being facetious, and I'm not asking that question for any other reason than our concern. Are you at liberty?
I am beyond optimistic, personally, speaking for myself, seeing the work that's been planned to respond to and address some of the concerns that have been presented. I'm very optimistic that the funds will be available and that it will be well spent, and the district will see that, the community will see that.
I heard the bell. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we heard that. Yeah, and to just, we have people in the house to pay attention, make sure we understand that that is a loan. Those funds that are coming in will be a loan.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon, my name is Aurora Gavin. I reside at 274 Parker Avenue. I have never received any responses. I am here praying that what I say is received in the right spirit. I'm here as a parent and as a former teacher. And as a former teacher of Benton Harbor Area School, a lot of business was conducted and a lot of things were operated in a spirit of fear. People were afraid to say what was really going on in the district for fear of what other people would think, for fear of the media, for all of these fears. And I think that it's time to be honest, and it's time for a moment of truth of what is really going on in this district. Not to blame anybody, not to create any enemies. I actually love everybody, and I mean that. But what I despise is ignorance and lies. Okay? We are laying off people, and many programs have been cut. Valuable programs in this district. And for some reason, I just cannot understand why we lost an ROTC class, when we had a discipline issue, and students who graduate from ROTC, they make extra money going into the military, guaranteed. We lost our electronics class. Students from there received engineering experience. A business management teacher was fired. The allied health class was laid off, was closed and then brought back, but the person who had that job does not have a job with the district anymore. But it's a very important part of our community. And now we're closing the hospitality management program. Absolutely no sense to me when we just built a hotel. Okay, we're building another hotel. And if I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong.
I think,
okay.
I believe Superintendent, that's incorrect.
Please don't contradict my spirit.
That was very surprising.
to hear that statement. So that's the reason why it kind of broke down into a conversation.
And it can be a numbers issue because they have, what, like 90 kids. Okay, so that was a big program. We closed the radio, TV, and film, media, whatever you call that, when that program just received so much state-of-the-art equipment and communication is power. How does that happen? Okay, my son was a part of that program. He loved that program, and he was also applying for a job with that program. So what happened to him? The program ended at the end of the first marking period. He got an I on his report card. Okay, which seems like he didn't complete something. He didn't have an opportunity to. Although the next teacher was gracious enough to explain that, these things don't make sense. I think that it's very important that we have a different forum where we can get these issues hashed out with the board, question and answer, because my questions don't get answered here. Where the community and the board are on the same level with the moderator. And I hope that the community, the board, and all of these stakeholders will be willing to have that type of meeting with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So in terms of the programs, that's what we did as a leadership team. We looked at the data, like the enrollment of the career technical education classrooms, and we surveyed the students and collected information. So we are actually, with the board's approval, planning to bring back the radio TV, for example. So in terms of just trying to be responsive to the community and the needs, that was the decision that we are proposing to the board through this process. So, and I know that this particular parent did call. I spoke to her, and it was her voice that I did hear in terms of understanding her passion around the need for our community to have radio and television as an option. But we just don't have the resources to have all of it. I would, but the money's not there yet. But I am optimistic. I say it again, and we're not going to give up our programs. We just have to create structures for our children to ensure that when they are participating, we meet their needs and we grow the programs.
Marcus Muhammad, City of Ben Harbor, parent, employee, mayor. First of all, as a parent, I have not heard in the restructuring a viable plan to address the collapsing and the consolidation of classes on a daily basis, where you may have one teacher with 2 or 3 classes because of the vacancies or the lack of substitutes that will come into the district to work on a daily basis. My daughter is a student at the high school. I have 3 at ACA. I have 1 at Discovery in Richmond. So more so on the high school level and even middle school level. So I would like to hear or see a viable plan that's going to address moving forward. Because when you have 3 classes or 2 classes, you're talking about 60 students with 1 teacher. And that's a serious problem. Also, you know, in terms of the layoffs, which I did have a meeting with Dr. Walker. She made some clarifications for me. But I would also say, you know, justice. If we're going to rewrite positions so we can build in qualifications and certifications, then that should be across the board. It should not be. And we have people currently in positions, very critical positions in administration, who are not certified and not qualified, but making top dollar. So you know, and this is just, you know, real talk, because I have to be honest, even if it cost me a position. But that does exist. And I can see where there's a strong move to empower the teacher, and it should be. Because everybody in here had a teacher. But I don't think it should be at the expense of the other valuable positions that also exist in the district in terms of intervention. Because if you don't eliminate the barriers at this district in terms of the children that come to school with problems from home, if those issues are not addressed and eliminated, the teacher don't stand a chance. Then also from a financial, because I know that it's been said this is financial, where we see where Boynton was closed, which caused a major issue because it was the only one of the high performing schools in the district. Moved to, and the parents came and lobbied, and but it was moved to Morton, and now Morton is closed. And then you have where all of these different signs went up. I know it's a time issue. But the last point I'll make is this. If Big Harbor, which is a community, it's a city, but more importantly, it's a people. And if the people of Big Harbor are removed out of this district, you may have a building that says Big Harbor, but it won't reflect Big Harbor. And for those who are sitting in the seats that are elected, it's the people that elected. A lot of people come in and work and get paid and get positions, but they go home. But when it's election time, these are the people that put you in office. So vote for the people. And I'm an elected official, so I sit in that same position as well. But keep that in mind. Consider Big Harbor when you make decisions. Thank you.
Hello, Mrs. Dunn. How are you?
I'm fine. First of all, I'd like to say good evening to our distinguished board, our amazing community, and it is wonderful to see such an outreach and a voice of support. And when it comes to our children, you will see parents that stand up and fight. And so as I sit here, let me say my name first, Felicia Harvey, no longer conscious. Parent. I have a daughter who just graduated last week, salutatorian, which I'm proud to say. I had valedictorian last year, which I'm proud to say. And I have a son who is in the 5th grade over an ACA. I sit here also as an employee. And some of the things that I'm going to say may appear to be redundant, but I just have a different language and articulation the way I disseminate, but it's still all the same. My concern when I listen to the restructuring process, I hear of this tier system. And if I can recall from a meeting, I believe it may have been yesterday's board meeting, that a statement was uttered: we need for you to support the plan. We need for you to vote for the plan. And we're not, it wasn't about who the employees were. We're not asking you to vote against the employees or vote for the employees. We just need for you to vote for the plan. And the plan is this tier system, which I still yet understand. I am an interventionist here at the high school. And my concern is we're trying to bring in outside people who have all of these certifications. But if we hear from the factual evidence coming from some of the parents as well as some of the employees that work within the district, we have a shortage of certified teachers. So why would we take a certified teacher and put them in a classroom with an interventionist to have two folk who have degrees? And I'm trying to figure out what is the plan for that, the plan of action. If we can get a certified psychologist, why don't we have that psychologist in a psychology class? If we can get a certified sociologist to come in here, why can't we have sociology? Because my daughter is taking it at Michigan State University. And is starting to understand different language and different vocabulary for the first time ever because she's never heard it before. But we've had these classes before in our curriculum, but somewhere along the course of the years, they've been taken out. We talk about this tier system. My question is, why can't the interventionists who are already in place, I don't think I spoke 3 minutes, but unless it's on a speed timer, why can't we take the tier system, just consider it as a possibility, and certify the interventionist in that capacity of how you want that to be demonstrated? Why do we need to come in and bring a staff from the outside and teach them the 3-tier system of what you want implemented, when we are more than capable of fulfilling those obligations, and put the certified teachers in the classroom with the kids? The other thing, we talk about the salaries. See, because what I do know is that it's about a salary cut. Because what I make, what Coach Muhammad makes, what a few other folk make, that's a question of concern. But if we sit back, and I can tell you this much, I don't think any parent in this community, therefore and beyond, I just spoke at University of Michigan this past Saturday, and what I get paid compares to nothing what I get paid hourly here. But I don't think any parent in this community have a problem with me doing an intervention with their child. And I am very deserving of the salary that I get. But I ask this question, there's individuals that sit even amongst this board that are sitting in administrative capacities, making $90,000 and beyond and plus. We have individuals in our administration who started out as secretaries making $90,000. Now, what have they done over the course of a couple of years to get that increase in salary? I don't know. But if anybody should be cutting anyone's salaries, how about put a mirror up in front and take a self-reflection? Because we are in those classrooms doing the work. We are in the community doing the work. And when it came time for the crisis that we have, we didn't have to go to Bear and Reason. Those kids came to us. We cry with them. We know who these children are. We know who these parents are. And we cry together. We crawl together. And where's everyone else? Sitting in their business suits, driving their cars, sitting on their salaries, making all the money. But you want to put the salary cap on us. And it is not fair. And I just needed to bring that conversation to the forefront to say, reconsider a different structure, keep the tier system that you would like to implement with that structure, leaving interventionists in the capacity that they are in, and put a disciplinary in the disciplinary seat that will enforce discipline, and not someone who is not certified sitting in an administrative capacity, making a salary that they are making, but you can tell that they're not qualified, let alone certified, because it is serving a disservice to these kids. We're not the issue and the problem. Put the right person in the seat, and we'll support that. We'll support what our kids need to I thank you for listening.
Across the board. What everybody's paying. What's going on? It's been hard. We're a poor community. Everybody should be making on $90,000.
So are there any more participants for the public participation? You guys, anyone wants to come up and say something before we close it out? Okay, I will take that. Oh, all right. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Hello, Miss B.
I'm Beatrice Hardy.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Amen. I like to ask you a question. Why are we letting the phone be safe? What's going on? Yes, sir. Do you have minds to make up your mind on what you want to do? We pay taxes gonna do? I don't hear no What are we going to do? Our kids don't want to hear nothing, you can't tell them nothing. Now, I realize you're not supposed to come, we're not supposed to come in and have you raise our children, but teach them something. These kids come out and get a job. I'm out in the community. I'm an activist. These kids can't even fill out a application. They can't even spell cat and dog. So what we gonna do? What you gonna do? Now, no child left behind. I need to go slap Obama real good.
That's President Bush.
Well, whatever Bush did, honey, I need to slap him. Because it's ridiculous to see these kids grow up and come up, go into a restaurant or go into a job and what's this? What's that? They can't even read what's on the application. Can't even write their name. So what are we gonna do? You got the middle school, you got these kindergarten coming up, what you gonna do? You still gonna put 4 or 5 teachers in one room to teach 60 students? Where you gonna put them at? Have you got a plan to do with more as you close all the, how many schools we got open? Where you gonna put them at? We got what, about 1,500 students? I like to see you teach. Now what are you gonna do? I mean, I'm real serious about this because that's a very, I see Cologne, I see Oakley, I see everybody. They done got enough of our students and enough of our money and gonna help them build up their thing, but what about them others?
Aaron Springs got a moat.
What's going on?
Aaron Springs got a moat.
Y'all better think. I don't care. Now, if you need some tissue to wipe your tears or whatever, I'll supply that. But I need to know what you gonna do. Where they gonna go? What you gonna tell the parents? How you gonna grade it?
They're gonna find out on the news.
You gonna find more fights, more everything, because why? They have nothing to do. They have nothing to do. Nothing. That's all I see in the newspapers, everything about Ben Howard. I don't hear all that about Cologne and Waterloo and all these other places. St. Joe, Stephenville. Now enough is enough. Now let's sit down and see what we can pull our minds together and see. We as parents, of course, I'm 27. I'll be 72 my birthday month. And I've done my job, but my job is not over because I can't see what is coming before our youth. Now my 3 minutes is up, but I have to let you know, what are we gonna do? The welfare rolls to school and they cut them off. So what are we gonna do? Let's educate our students, let's get qualified teachers, let's get a better understanding of where we're going, how we're gonna go, and where we're gonna go. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so are any more residents wanting to come for public participation before it's closed officially? So if there be none, we'll return to our agenda. At which time we will go into, the chair will make a motion now for the approval of the minutes. The minutes consist of board work session of May 3rd, 2016, the regular board meeting of May 10th, 2016, special board meeting of May 11th, 2016, board retreat of May 14th, 2016, special board meeting of May 17th, 2016, Special board meeting of May 27th, 2016. The board workshop of May 31st, 2016. The board now entertains a motion for the approval of the minutes, please.
I make a motion to approve, the minutes from the agendas A through G.
The motion has been moved by Mr. Taylor, seconded by Mrs. Nominee for the approval of the minutes for A through G.
Mr. Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Colley, Mrs. Nominee,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Ms. McGowan,
Yes. Yes.
and Mrs. James.
Yes. So the motion for the approval of the minutes passes unanimously. Moving on to business and finance, we have 7 staff reports. In this department, monthly financial report, emergency loan restructuring, workers' compensation insurance proposal, food service contract renewal, Mayflower Transit moving services, and Head Start lease. And that will, go to Mr. Scott Johnson.
Thank you. Start with the first one being monthly financial reports. Reason for board consideration. Set of financial reports is prepared the board, provide to the board of education each month.
Mr. Scott, you have to speak into that.
Thank you. Facts and analysis. The April financial reports were reviewed with the finance committee on June 2. This evening it's recommended that payments for all the district's funds be approved for the month of April 2016.
So, you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report number 1? So, I have a motion for staff report number 1, please.
I move that the Board of Education votes to approve the April 2016 payments for the general fund, food service fund, senior fund, and student activities fund.
That's second that.
Okay, I can't hear you guys. Okay, it was moved by Mrs. Nominee, seconded by Captain Turner, that the Benton Harbor Schools Board of Education vote to approve the April 2016 payments for the following funds, including general fund, food service fund, single fund, student activities fund.
Ms. Colley,
Yes.
Mr. Turner,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. McGowan,
Yes.
Mrs. Nominee,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
and Mrs. James.
Yes. Staff report number 2, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. This one is regarding the emergency loan. Reason for the board consideration. School districts require adequate cash flow to fund ongoing operating costs. Facts and analysis. In addition to a state aid anticipation note, the district will need to borrow additional funds for operating purposes in 2016-17. The Michigan Department of Treasury has scheduled an emergency loan board meeting on June 28 to consider approving a $4.4 billion emergency loan for our area schools. As part of the emergency loan application process, approval of the emergency loan resolution is a necessary prerequisite. And the recommended action is that Board of Education vote to approve the emergency loan resolution as presented. An updated copy of the resolutions, actually we have 4 of them in here. Were distributed this evening.
Does the board have any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report number 2?
Yes. Question, the length of the loan?
For 15.3 years. Longer than any of our current emergency loans.
Yeah, I'm just curious how they came up with the 0.3 years on that 15.
Typically are paid in October, November. Final payments.
May I have a motion for staff report number 2 regarding the emergency loan, please?
I make the motion, Madam Chair, that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the emergency loan resolution as presented by Scott Johnson.
Motion has been moved by Mr. Taylor, seconded by Mrs. Momley, for the recommended action of accepting or voting to approve the emergency loan resolution.
Mr. Turner,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Foley,
Yes.
Ms. McCollum,
Yes.
Mrs. Monahan,
Yes.
and Mrs. James.
Yes. Staff report number 3.
Thank you. The next item is emergency loan restructuring. Reason for board consideration, Michigan Department of Treasury staff are considering helping Benton Harbor Area Schools restructure its existing emergency loans to allow for longer repayment terms. Facts analysis, the district has 4 outstanding emergency loans. 3 of these loans have repayment terms of 4.1 to 5.3 years. And the most recent loan has a repayment term of 15 and a half years. The state is working with the district to stretch the repayment terms for the 3 shorter emergency loans. Longer repayment schedules will reduce the district's annual principal payments, though it will increase the district's interest costs over the life of the loans. There are 3 resolutions presented this evening. One of these is for each of the 3 emergency loans. I've also provided a document that looks like this. It's the list of the debt instruments. You'll see that the emergency loans, the first one, will be going from a current term of 4.1 years, meaning it will expire in October if it's not refinanced. But by refinancing, the state would add 10 years to this first one. And they would add 8 years to the next loan for us, add 6 years to the third loan. So they would be significantly stretched.
So read the resolution.
The recommended action is that Board of Education vote to approve the resolutions to be restructured the 2012, 13, and 15.
Does the board have any questions, comments, concerns regarding staff report number 3, the emergency loan restructuring? I move that Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to approve filing resolutions, 2012 emergency loans, 2013 emergency loan, and the 2015 emergency loan.
Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Momney and seconded by Ms. Gully for the resolution to restructure the 2012, 2013, and the 2015 emergency loans for Benton Harbor Area School. So what does it, I know we're paying out like almost $1 million or whatever every 6 months. How much does this reduce our payments by?
We'll review that in detail with the finance committee tomorrow evening, but it will significantly reduce it in the early years. The state has structured the loan so that it will be interest-only payments in the early years. So that will definitely help take some pressure off the budget the first 2 to 3 years.
Question?
Mr. Turner?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Johnson, when the interest only, we end up with the balloon payment.
There's not a balloon payment per se. We will be paying interest each year for the loan, each and every year. So there will not be a single balloon payment at the end.
This go completely out. You know, reason I say that is the mortgage banker, during this whole financial debacle that the nation and worldwide, one of the major problems was people paying interest only. And then all of a sudden, they have to come up with a balloon payment, and they didn't have the money. That's why I want to be sure that that's not going to be something that's happening.
You guys have any further questions, concerns? Or move forward?
Mrs. Monahan,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Ms. McCollum,
Yes. Yes.
She said it.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Foley, and Mrs. James.
Yes. Staff report number 4 is the workers' compensation insurance proposal. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you. The reason for board consideration, the request for workers' compensation insurance proposals was made in early 2016. The district received 4 proposals for coverage for the 2016-17 fiscal year. Facts analysis, summary of the proposals is provided in the document. A company called RTW provided the lowest price proposal. Its proposal is 32% lower than the district's expected 2015-16 current compensation insurance costs. By accepting this proposal, the board will shave an estimated almost $60,000 off its workers' compensation insurance costs for 2016, from 2015-16 to 2016-17. The recommended action this evening is that the Board of Education vote to approve the purchase of workers' compensation insurance from RTW through Meadowbrook Insurance Agency.
Chair now entertains a motion for staff report number 4, workers' compensation insurance proposal.
Madam President, I move that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the purchase of workers' compensation insurance from RTW through the Meadowbrook Insurance Agency.
Mr. Taylor moved and Mrs. Mumney seconded that the board vote to approve the purchase of that workers' compensation from RTW through the Meadowbrook Insurance Agency.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Foley? Ms. McCollum?
Yes.
Mrs. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And Mrs. Jones?
Yes. Staff report number 5, food service contract renewal.
Thank you. Reason for board consideration, the district's annual contract with Sodexo Magic LLC will expire at the end of this month. Facts analysis, to comply with the Michigan Department of Education requirements, school districts with vended food service agreements are required by the MDE to submit the proposed contract renewal form to the MDE for review and approval before the Board of Education votes to renew the contract. The district received a now signed copy of the contract renewal agreement from Sodexo, and we've sent the form on to the MDE for review. They responded today and have and confirmed that they have approved the extension. And so recommended action this evening is that Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education vote to approve a 1-year renewal of the Sodexo Magic LLC food service contract through June 30, 2017, with the rates specified in the attached contract renewal agreement.
Chair now entertains a motion for staff report number 5 for the food service contract renewal. Mr. Taylor, so this is my turn. I move that Benton Harbor Schools Board of Education votes to approve a 1-year renewal of the Sodexo Magic LLC food service contract through June 30th, 2017, with the rates specified on the attached contract renewal agreement.
Second.
Mrs. Mumley has moved. Mr. Turner has seconded the motion for the Sodexo Magic food service contract through June 30, 2017, sorry.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. McCollum?
Yes.
Mrs. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mrs. Jones?
Yes. Staff report number 6. The Mayflower Transit Moving Services Contract.
If the reason for board consideration for approval of the contract with Mayflower Transit Moving Services for the relocation of all staff across the area district locations, relocations for K2, 325, 6, 8, and plus the relocation of the central office building. Policy reference is, this refers to the former policy here at ABA. Facts analysis, the Board of Education, through adoption of the consent agreement, must approve adopt contracts and agreements for the district to be compliant with. Recommended action is to approve, to accept Mayflower Transit E&I Corporation RFP pricing
the chair entertains a motion, did I hear you to say correctly that the 9/12 should not be here? Okay, so the board now entertains a motion to amend staff report number 6 to exclude grade levels 9 through 12.
Madam Chair, I move that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to accept the Mayflower Transit E.I. Corporation.
We're gonna exclude 9 through 12 first, and then the chair will then entertain a new motion for the new version of it.
Okay, I will make the motion to
Exclude, yeah, 9 through 12.
9 to 12.
Moved by Mr. Turner to amend this staff report number 6 to exclude grade levels 9 through 12, seconded by Mrs. Nominee.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mrs. Nominee?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Scully?
Yes.
Mrs. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mr. Jenkins?
Yes. The board now entertains a motion to accept and approve staff report number 6, Mayflower Transit Food Services Contract.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to accept Mayflower Transit E.I. Corporation RFP to provide a bid for Mayflower Transit to move our district staff.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Turner, seconded by Mr. Taylor to approve the Mayflower Transit District staff with the transit of RFP company.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. McAllen?
Yes.
Mrs. Nominee?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Scully?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And Mrs. Jenkins?
Yes. Staff report number 7, Head Start lease.
Reason for board consideration, Head Start program representatives wish to lease space for another year, and the district has space available in its facilities. Tax analysis, the proposed lease is for 1 year. It requires the Head Start program to assume 100% of the facility operating costs, including utilities, grounds, maintenance, and more. The operations committee has reviewed and discussed the proposed lease. Policy reference is 3300 attached, and it refers to item C, where it indicates the authorized members of the board to review all purchase or lease offers. And finally, the recommended motion is that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve as presented the 2016-17 lease agreement.
Mr. Johnson, did you mean to say 7,300 as opposed to 33 for the policy reference?
I meant to say 73.
Thank you, sir. The board now entertains a motion for staff report number 7, the Head Start lease.
Madam Chair, I make the motion that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to approve as presented the 2016-2017 lease with Head Start.
Moved by Mr. Turner and seconded by Mrs. Nominee. Do we have any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report number 7? Mr. Mitchell?
Currently operating from the old policy manual now. So do you want to recall the other books that we have there?
So I said that.
Do you want to recall the other policy books that we have? The spaces of, and here.
Yes, speaking of Mr. Mitchell there.
So if there are any current district policies that we want to add to the old policies, we can do that. So once you all go through those and see if there's anything missing from Neola that you want to add from our current district policies, you can do so. Otherwise, you'll be turning it.
Any further questions, comments, concerns regarding staff report number 7?
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. McAllen?
Yes.
Mrs. Nominee?
Yes.
Ms. Scully?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
And Mrs. Jenkins?
going to staff report number 8. And before we go to staff report number 8, that's under the curriculum department. That is going to be staff report number 8, 9, and 10. 8 will be the Benton Harbor High School freshman orientation. Number 9, Benton Harbor High School Summer Credit Recovery Program. And number 10, Summer Academic Jumpstart Program. And that will be read by Mrs. Robinson.
Staff report number 8, reason for board consideration for approval of the Benton Harbor High School Freshman Orientation Program for 9th grade students for 2016-2017 to be held at the high school. Policy reference 2440, summer school. Facts and analysis, the Board of Education, through adoption of the consent agreement, must approve or adopt all contracts and programs for the district to be in compliance with the agreement. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve or adopt the Benton Harbor High School Freshman Orientation Program.
The board now entertains a motion for staff report number 8, Benton Harbor High School Freshman Orientation Program.
President, I move that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve and or adopt the Benton Harbor High School Freshman Orientation Program.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Turner.
Ms. Polly,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Which
Which
one?
one?
Mr. Taylor, yes.
Taylor.
So yes.
and now Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Ms. McCollum,
Yes.
Mrs. Money,
Yes.
and Mrs. Taylor.
Yes. Thank you. Staff report number 9.
Staff report number 9, reason for board consideration for approval of the Benton Harbor High School Summer Credit Recovery Program for 10th through 12th grade students for 2016-2017 school year to be held at the high school. Policy reference, policy 2440, summer school. Facts and analysis, the Board of Education, through adoption of the consent agreement, must approve or adopt all contracts and programs for the district to be in compliance with the agreement. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve or adopt the Benton Harbor High School Summer Credit Recovery Program.
Board now entertains a motion for staff report number 9.
I move that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve, adopt the Benton Harbor High School Summer Credit Recovery Program.
Been moved by Mrs. Momini, seconded by Ms. Gully, that the high school summer credit program be voted. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
I mentioned this before, I only mentioned the sororities, but I encourage again for us to seek out possibly from the local sororities and local fraternities to help these students with summer credit recovery program, because I've been told it is not an easy program to get through. And so if we can find extra support, I think it would be wonderful.
Thank you. Board have any further questions or concerns?
Mr. Turner,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. McCollum,
Yes.
Ms. Polly,
Yes.
Mrs. Money,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
and Mrs. Taylor.
Yes. Thank you. Staff report number 10, summer academic jumpstart program.
Staff report number 10, reason for board consideration for approval of the Summer Academic Jumpstart Program for K through 8th grade students to be provided at the new school sites in August 2016. Policy ABA Authority. Facts and analysis. The Board of Education, through adoption of the consent agreement, must approve or adopt all contracts for the district to be in compliance with the agreement. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve and or adopt the Summer Academic Jumpstart Program for August 2016.
Board now entertains a motion to accept or approve staff report number 10.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to approve or adopt the Summer Academic Jumpstart Program for August 2016.
It's been moved by Mr. Turner, supported by Mrs. Momini, that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education vote to approve and adopt the summer academic jumpstart program for August of 2016. Do you have any questions, comments, concerns? There being none, Mary, please.
Ms. Foley?
Yes.
Mrs. Money?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. McGowan?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mrs. James?
Yes. Thank you, Mary. Now the board will move on to the central administration items. These are staff report number 11 through 16, which are consent items as number 11, intergovernmental agreement renewal / during recent, number 12, financial and educational plan, Benton Harbor High School, 2016-2017 is 13. The dual language school of choice is staff report number 14. Daytime intervention program and rooms, staff report number 15. Michigan High School Athletic Association membership, staff report number 16. And Dr. Walker will be reading staff reports.
Thank you, President James. So the Board of Education must approve and accept all grants and donations to the district as a reason for board consideration. Facts and analysis, we have $8,537 of donations from our Benton Harbor High School marching band uniform fund. We received $2,500 of donation for Benton Harbor Athletic Department on the football team from the Whirlpool Corporation. $500 donation for the dual language program from Whirlpool's Hispanic Network. And a value donation of children's books and school supplies from the Feed the Children organization. So we recommend that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education gratefully acknowledges and accepts the above grants and donations to the district for the 2015-16 school year.
The chair now entertains a motion for staff report number 11, the acceptance and acknowledgement of grants and donations to the Benton Harbor Area School District.
I move that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education gratefully acknowledges and accepts the above grants and donations to the district for the 2015-2016 school year.
I second that move.
Moved by Mrs. Mumney, seconded by Mr. Taylor. Do you have any questions, comments, concerns?
Yes, that's it. I just wanted to comment about the donation to the marching band and also for the athletic department. One of the things that happened, we could get much better control over that system. And it's covered in terms of our policy, how it should happen. So it's really good that we're getting much better control.
And I feel really wonderful that we have $8,500 for the awesome and a mighty TMB. That's I'm so happy to see that. Also, thanking Whirlpool and for the Hispanic Network and Feed the Children program. They've been a continual partner and friend to Benton Harbor Area Schools, and we greatly appreciate that. Any further questions, comments, concerns?
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. McGowan?
Yes.
Mrs. Money?
Yes.
Ms. Foley?
Yes.
And Mrs. James?
Yes. Staff report number 12, intergovernmental agreement, IGA for the Berrien Regional Education Service Agency, better known as DRESA, the agreement renewal.
So the reason for board consideration is to approve a contract with Berrien and RESA to provide human resource department services for Benton Harbor Area Schools personnel. Policy reference ABA authority. Facts and analysis, the Board of Education, through adoption of the consent agreement, must approve and adopt all contracts and agreements for the district to be in compliance with the agreement. Recommended action, that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve, adopt a renewal agreement for the intergovernmental agreement for the Berrien and RESA for the 2016-2017 school year.
The board now entertains a motion for staff report number 12, the intergovernmental agreement for Barion Regional Educational Service Agency for an agreement renewal.
Madam President, I move that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve and adopt a renewal agreement for the intergovernmental agreement for the Barion Visa for the 2016-2017 school year.
It's been moved by Mr. Taylor and seconded by Mrs. Momney for the agreement for the Barion Visa, the renewal of that contract for 2016-2017 school year. Do we have any questions, comments, or concerns?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm gonna vote for it, but I'm protesting some of the things that have happened that I believe were not only improper, possibly illegal things that have been done. So that will be taken up, and I'm gonna vote for it. I just want to be on the record for that. Thank you.
Any further questions, comments, concerns? Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, Madam President. As you know, I've asked for some data on comparables for the salaries and compensation for very recent employees. To date, I have not received anything, so therefore I cannot support this.
Any questions or comments, concerns from any board members?
So I move to make a motion that we postpone staff report number 12, the intergovernmental agreement renewal with Barion Visa for the 2016-2017 year.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded that this intergovernmental agreement for Barion Regional Education Service Agency, the agreement renewal, be postponed.
Yes. Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mrs. Mommy?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And Mrs. Jacobs?
Yes. So staff report number 12 for the Barion Visa agreement renewal is unanimously agreed upon that it is to be postponed. Moving on to staff report number 13 is the financial and educational plan for Harbor High School 2016-2017.
Reason for board consideration for approval of the Benton Harbor Area Schools District Leadership Team's 2016-2017 financial and educational plan. There is no policy reference. The Board of Education, through adoption of the consent agreement, must approve and adopt an annual financial and education plan to be in compliance with the agreement. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve and adopt the 2016-2017 financial and educational plan.
The chair now entertains a motion for staff report number 13, the financial and educational plan for the 16-17 school year.
Madam Chair, I move that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to approve and adopt the 2016-2017 financial and education
Support. Moved by Mr. Turner and seconded by Mrs. Momini. Any questions, comments, or concerns? You stretching your neck. Okay.
Ms. Polly?
Yes.
Ms. McCollum?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mrs. Mommy?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mrs. Jacobs?
Yes. Moving on to staff report number 14, dual language school of choice.
So the reason for board consideration is for the approval of the dual language school of choice. Policy reference ABA authority. The Board of Education, through adoption of the consent agreement, must approve and adopt all contracts and programs for the district to be in compliance with the consent agreement. is our facts and analysis. And the recommended action is that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve and adopt the dual language school of choice for the 2016-2017 school year.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. The board now entertains a motion for staff report number 14.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education vote to approve and adopt the dual language school choice program for 2016-2017 school year.
A second. It's been moved by Mr. Turner, seconded by Ms. Gully. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Turner?
I just wanted to say that this is a brilliant deduction here. And Mr. Diaz, who is in the audience here, we really appreciate what he's doing, and the principal and his staff at Hall International. It is just so critical that our students learn to be multilingual. This is so critical. And it will carry them so far, so fast. And I repeat, it's not the same audience, but I was invited several weeks ago to speak to about 150 people about this multilingual program. And one of the neat things is that to see these young kids speaking Spanish is phenomenal. And again, as a sociology scientist and educator, one of the things that happen when these kids learn these languages, they're saying, my parents can't speak Spanish, my teacher can't speak Spanish. All these things, it makes them feel so much better about themselves, and it makes them feel that they're smart. And it actually carries over into their other classes and their life. So I just think this is really, really a situation.
And I'd just like to recognize and acknowledge Mr. Taylor and Mr. Diaz. I think you guys done an incredible job. I know you done a lot of the footwork. I thought also Mr. Pearson visited homes, and you guys did the tours through the community and with different agencies or their spiritual centers, and we really appreciate it. I know this is something that you've been waiting for a long time, and we're happy that you're here to be a part of it. Thank you, sir.
Mr. One other piece about that. No school of choice. That's what that is. Because other students from other schools will be coming to this program.
Right. Yeah, wonderful. Good job. So the chair now, I did the motion, call the mayor.
Mrs. Mullins?
Yes.
Ms. McGowan?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Gully?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
And Mrs. James?
Yes. Staff report number 15, the daytime intervention program and rooms for each school building.
Reason for board consideration for approval of the daytime intervention program and rooms for each school building. As the ABA authority is our reference. Facts and analysis, the Board of Education, through adoption of the consent agreement, must approve, adopt all contracts and programs for the district to be in compliance with the agreement. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve, adopt the daytime intervention program and rooms for each school building for the 2016-2017 school year.
Board now entertains a motion for staff report number 15.
Madam Chair, I move that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve and adopt the daytime intervention program and rooms for each school building for the 2016-2017 school year.
Moved by Mr. Taylor, seconded by Mrs. Momini, that the daytime intervention program and rooms for each school building be voted and approved by the Board of Education. You guys have any questions, comments, concerns regarding this matter? Mrs. Momini? comment is that I hope as we do these intervention programs, that we keep very accurate records and data. As in the last previous years, we've done enough programs for which we've had no data. And we seriously need data to say, okay, this is working, or, you know, we need to do something else. We can make an intelligent decisions on these. I'm gonna get a t-shirt that says data.
So, oh, I'm sorry, just one more question. Okay, so, daytime intervention program. So would this mean that the board is, voting to accept, walk that through, so I don't have to make it up. Just tell me what this is, the room and the program, which would mean, would that mean that the implication is we're doing away with our interventionists? When we vote on this, will we be voting to get rid of our interventionists that we now have to accept this? I just want to be totally clear, because it's like some little funny language.
So this is a program that is structured and will be consistent throughout each of our schools, and to support not placing students out of school, as we heard a parent speak to earlier. So the structure and the program itself is designed to provide that. Whereas the current structures that are in our buildings now, some buildings have the refocus room, there are different structures within those buildings. So this is to provide a structure.
Okay.
And a consistent approach to interventions for our students, and to minimize out-of-school suspensions unless the student's behavior poses a danger to him or herself.
Thank you, Dr. Wong.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Turner.
one of the things I wanted to say is that we have a situation, just a reminder, where we come from, where we open a school, sort of, that holds 300 students, and we opened it for 70 students, and there was only about 20 students coming. And that was one of the reasons we closed that down. And I think when we don't hear that key word, in-school suspension, that's what that's about. And when I first came on the board, I was just I could not believe we didn't have in-school suspension. So I'm just very pleased with where we walked it now. That within each one of the schools, they will have that situation set up. And I thank you again. That's what you do.
Yes. Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. McAllen? Yes. Mrs. Mountain?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Yes. Moving on to staff report number 15, daytime, no, we just done it. Number 16, I apologize, Michigan High School Athletic Association membership.
Reason for board consideration: the board must approve all district contracts and resolutions. There is no policy reference. Facts and analysis: the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education must adopt the annual resolution to participate in the MHSAA tournaments. While it is not a prerequisite to conducting an interscholastic athletic program, MHSAA membership is required for all school districts that wish their high schools to participate in MHSAA postseason tournaments. Recommended action: that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to renew the resolution with the Michigan High School Athletic Association for the 2016-2017 school year.
The board now entertains the motion for staff report number 16, the Michigan High School Athletic Association resolution.
Madam President, I make a motion that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to renew the resolution with the Michigan High School Athletic Association, MHSAA, for the 2016-2017 school year.
Support. Staff report 16, number 16 has been moved by Mr. Turner and seconded by Mrs. Mountain for the approval of the Athletic Association renewal. Yes.
This just getting reading this, and how it ties into this, Didn't we last year vote to take our football team out of the conference that they were originally in? And this year we have to have a new conference. Do we have a new conference yet, and how does that affect this?
Is Mr. Smith in the audience?
He's not here. I mean, we need to go ahead and do this anyway, but whether it's, participate in postseason tournaments, I don't even know what conference we would be participating in.
Conference and MHSA tournaments.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yeah, MHSA is different than.
please, can we have silence in the audience, please?
That, we're into the MHSAA. This resolution and association is completely appropriate. The fact that we're out of the conference, we have declared ourselves as an independent, which is still within the regulations of the high school athletic association. And we will still be able to go into post situations, but we just are independent.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a bad thing.
All right, I'll take you at your word.
Speak up.
Point of order, Michigan High School Athletic Association, that's separate from the conference, right? The conference operates within that structure. So if you all don't vote to accept to be a part of the Michigan High School Athletic Association, then we can't participate in the state tournament.
Yeah.
So independent school, which we have entertained, has the liberty to play whatever schools they want, where a conference boxes in to the conference schools.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Mohammed. Please, we need quiet, the board is trying to vote.
Mrs. Mahoney?
Yes.
Ms. McGowan?
Yes.
Ms. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
And Mrs. James?
Yes.
Madam President, I move that we take a 5-minute recess before we finish up.
I support.
Before we finish item 7.
So it's by Mr. Turner, supported by Mrs. Harmony. Taylor Turner is a tongue twister, it is.
They might say,
Yeah.
they will not say anything.
Yeah.
They might really prepare us their positions because they've gone over it too many times.
Yes.
too. I'll have to do a search BHAS and I haven't having trouble designing that webpage and the layout it's goofy, but they're all available.
Section number 4 is the human resources and labor relations. We have from the Human Resource Department, staff report 17 through 26. One is the resignation of administrative staff. The other is resignation of instructional staff, retirement of instructional staff, transfer of non-bargaining staff is number 20. Termination of administrative staff is number 21. 21st century personnel is number 22. Layoff of non-bargaining staff is staff report number 23. Layoff of paraprofessional staff, number 24. Layoff of instructional staff, number 25. And then number 26 is approval for all the job descriptions. And we have 6 job descriptions. One is the behavior intervention specialist, the chief academic officer, the 6th grade assistant principal, the pre-K student services. Is that a director or?
It is, the position is an administrator who will work with homeless. They will also work with the volunteers. So that's that position. I'm sorry, you're saying. I'm so sorry. I know I have a teacher, like, I'm sorry. The pre-K student services position, I think I would pose if that is typed incorrectly, it should say pre-K, we have that over here. It's the, your job description. The pre-K student services position would entail volunteers. It would entail the homeless liaison position, and it would involve oversight of the pre-K center, and then it would also work some with the title corner.
Okay, so, and thank you for that, Dr. Walker, but still, just another clarifying question. The position itself, is it intended to just be called pre-K student services, or is that person going to be a director, an assistant principal? What kind of administrative level are they holding?
It's a pre-K and student support administrator, should be the name of that position.
Administrator, okay, thank you. Okay, so you heard that, that's pre-K student services administrator. Also, services should be stricken, okay? So it's not services, it's support. The pre-K student support administrator and the student services director and the executive assistant to the board/superintendent. So human resources will be read by Mrs. Renee Wheeler.
Resignation of administrative staff.
Does it work, Renee?
Resignation of administrative
It's
staff.
not working. Yeah.
Resignation of administrative staff. Reason for board consideration. The board must vote to approve the resignation of the following administrative staff in accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan. Facts and analysis. April Margaritas, principal at Steam. Hire date 12/1/1993. Resignation effective 6/22/2016. Carolyn Bowman, interim principal of Kindergarten Discovery Center and Discovery Richmond Center. Hire date 10/22/2001. Rehire 9/6/2006. And resignation effective 6/30/2016. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to accept the resignation of the aforementioned staff, and that a letter is sent thanking them for their service to the students and to the district of Benton Harbor Area Schools.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. The board now entertains a motion for staff report number 17, resignation of administrative staff, being that of Ms. April Margaritas, and the other is Ms. Carolyn Bowman.
I move that the Benton Harbor Schools Board of Education votes to accept the resignation of aforementioned staff, and then letters sent thanking them for their services to the students in the district of Benton Harbor area schools. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Mommy, seconded by Captain Turner for the resignation of Carolyn Bowman as the interim principal of Kindergarten Discovery Center and April Margaritas at STEAM. Do you have any questions, comments, concerns? Mrs. Mommy?
Are they both resigning from the district or resigning from administrative positions?
Margaritas is resigning from the district, and Ms. Carolyn Bowman is resigning from this position and has taken a teacher position.
Okay, in that case, what is the board's preference? Is it that we separate the two names, as one is resigning from the district and one is not resigning from the district, only resigning from a position?
Thank you.
Is that the preference? Yep.
I would make the motion that we separate the two.
So, Marion, the board now entertains the motion to amend staff report number 17 to separate April Margaritas, principal at STEAM, resigning from the district, and Carolyn Bowman, interim principal, returning to a teacher's position. No, it's open for the motion. Second, who's second?
Well,
He made the
I
motion,
made the
right?
motion.
Yeah, I'm second. Okay, that was you. Okay, so it's been moved by Mr. Turner and seconded by Mrs. Momini.
Ms. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. McGowan?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mrs. Mommy?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And Mrs. James?
Yes. So now, the board now entertains a motion for the resignation of April Margaritas, principal at STEAM, resigning from the district effective 6/22/2016. Have a motion, please.
So, Madam President, I move that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to accept the resignation of April Margaritas, principal at STEAM, and a letter is being sent out thanking her for her services to the students and the district of Benton Harbor Area Schools.
Second.
And so that's been moved by Mr. Taylor, seconded by Mrs. McGowan. Any questions, comments, concerns regarding that? If not, Mary?
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. McGowan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mommy?
Yes.
And Mrs. James?
Yes. The board now entertains a motion for the resignation of Carolyn Bowman, who was formerly the interim principal of the Kindergarten Discovery Center and the Discovery Enrichment Center, and returning to a teacher position, but her resignation will be effective 6/30 as the interim principal. Do you have any motion?
So I move, Madam President, that Carolyn Bowman, interim principal of Kindergarten Discovery Center, Discovery and Enrichment Center, returns to the position of a teacher. And that a letter is sent to her for her services. Well, she doesn't need the letter, she's coming back.
So, I need you to say that though. I like it.
I support it.
Okay, so it's been moved by Mr. Taylor and it's been seconded by Mrs. Mommy that Mrs. Bowman resigns as the interim principal effective 6/30/2016 and returns back to her teacher position.
Mr. Turner?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Turner and then Mr. Mitchell.
Put it, Steve.
Mr. Mitchell?
Just a question, shouldn't this have been just a reassignment back to the teacher position?
At the time when this was given, to the HR department, we weren't positive that she was going to return to the district. At this time, we do know that she is going to take a teaching position.
Okay, wait a minute. You said at this time, meaning presently,
Yes.
that you were unsure that she was going to return
Correct.
as a teacher.
Correct.
Okay, so she's resigning as the interim principal.
She requested to come back as a teacher, and she has been allowed to do that. Okay, here. She has requested to come back as a teacher, and she has been allowed to come back as a teacher. She has resigned from her interim principal position.
So let me ask this question. So is she resigning from the principal because if she did not resign, she was not gonna have a job? Ms. Miller, you're the contract employee. I need you to
I
ask.
understand that, Ms. James. You don't
What?
want to be rude to me.
That's not rude. What, hold on, wait a minute, let me understand something. This is the English language, and I'm speaking English. So your interpretation of what you think here is way off. The question is, now if the question itself is bothersome to you, then let's talk about the question. Maybe I can reframe it for you. Because I'm not rude. I'm just trying to get a clarifying answer. So, again, the question is, Mrs. Will, is she resigning? Because if she had not resigned, she would not have a job. Or is she resigning because it was her preference to be a teacher?
It was her preference to be a teacher.
Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Okay.
Thank you. We got it. We got it all looked out here. Wonderful. Thank you for your answer. Mr. Turner.
Not yet. The situation that we're talking about here, and I just heard Ms. Wheeler say at the time of the resignation, you weren't sure was she resigning from the district or what.
Right, that's what made me have a concern because of the way she phrased it.
In fact, if you had not called me, I was going to ask the same thing. And that's it. What I'm trying to get an understanding about is this. It would seem to me that instead of you verbally saying that she's going back to teaching, that to me should have been in this report. And somebody else said it was a real sign. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is that you're telling us verbally that she is going back to a teaching position. I'm trying to find out, is there a resolution or agreement or something like that that shows that she's going back? Now, I heard somebody say she's
Please, can we have quiet in the audience? We have a board member speaking. Thank you so much.
So I'm trying to get an understanding. So she's resigning from the interim principal position, right? That's what you're saying? Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. And I heard you verbalize that she was going back to her teaching position. So what was her teaching position?
She was at the kindergarten Discovery Center.
Okay, so she's going back to.
She's going to a teaching position.
Okay. See, you see the difference? You see what we have a problem? Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Superintendent. Yes. Patricia, can you help us out? What my question is this. I see what I heard was she's going back. I didn't hear from him right now. Okay.
Well, we are.
Well, I have the floor, and I'm doing this. I need to get an understanding. The question is this. I heard somebody say that she's going back to her position, so that's why I asked the question. And then you come back and you say she's going back to a teaching position, but is she going back to the position that she had before she took that interim?
I don't think we know exactly that answer yet. What our intent would be, we have to look at enrollment numbers. So I'm not sure, I can't tell you yes 100%, or we'll have to go back to the exact kindergarten position.
Well, let me tell you my answer. I just have a whole lot of experience in education. 15 years I've dealt with the BHAS program. What happened many times in a situation like this, I'm just using this because this is here. The person was teaching kindergarten. So then they come back and we reassign them to the 8th grade or whatever they're certified for. And usually what happens is that person cannot perform at that level because that's really not what they've been doing. So I heard the comment that she's going back to her position back here. Then I heard, I'm hearing Ms. Lewis say, and then I'm hearing Dr. Walker say, we're saying we don't know. I'm saying I think it's really not enough completed staff work to bring this to us without that information.
Can I just say that I think we would really like to ask Mr. Gardner to help us with this because there are some other pieces that I don't think we're at liberty to speak to, and he can help us through this.
And then it'll be Mrs. Momney. Mr. Mitchell, did you have your hand up? No? Okay, so it'll be Mr. Gardner and then Mrs. Momney. Mr. Gardner?
There's currently an agreement being negotiated between the district and Ms. Bowman's attorney. So we are still, there's still some matters that are being discussed. We're coming to the final stages, but a resignation letter was submitted by Ms. Bowman. So we will bring something back to you in more final form very shortly, but we want to make sure that the terms on both sides have to still be worked through. So we're very close.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Momney?
In our packets from the board work session on June 7th, it was stated differently. It was stated interprincipal resigned to take teaching position.
Oh,
And I
so
think
it's just not
got
the
left, that
same.
didn't get, yeah, it didn't get stated that way on here. So that was the original, that's the several resigned to take teaching position.
Okay, and then my only other comment is, Ms. Miller, I know that things get tense, but I'm the Board of Education President for Bernard Area Schools. Don't make a mistake of disrespect. It's uncalled for, and it was unprofessional.
I'm sorry, Ms. James, you think that was unprofessional, although I felt it was condescending to me, so I apologize.
And I'm sorry that you heard it that way. You're all right.
So in light of what.
Mr. Mitchell.
In light of what Attorney Gardner said, just do we go ahead and vote on the staff report, or do we wait until the negotiations are complete?
I would suggest, I think you have another employee that you just, Margaritas, but for Ms. Bowman, if you could bring that back so we can bring the agreement back, so all of it can be in a nice neat package, that may be more appropriate.
Okay. So, right now, we need the audience chatter to come down so the board can conduct the business. Mr. Turner.
And I'm saying to Mr. Mitchell, that would be the same motion that we had earlier, where we would actually postpone.
So motion to postpone the resignation. I'm sorry, I apologize. Motion to postpone the resignation of Carolyn Bowman to a later date.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Turner, supported by Ms. Noble. Moved by Mr. Taylor and supported by Mr. Turner.
Ms. Bowen? Yes. Ms. McCollum?
Yes.
Mrs. Melman?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mrs. James?
Yes. Staff report number 18, the resignation of instructional staff, Mrs. Renee Miller.
Reason for board consideration, the board must vote to approve the resignation for the following instructional staff in accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan. Facts and analysis, Julia Anderson, teacher, International Code, hire date 9/10/2013. Resignation effective 4/29/2016. Christine Folk, art teacher at ACA at Kindergarten Discovery Center. I'm sorry. There's a typo there. No, I'm sorry. She is a teacher at both ACA and Kindergarten Discovery Center. She goes between the two schools. Her hire date was 9/3/2013. Resignation effective 5/23/2016. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to accept the resignation of the aforementioned staff and that a letter is sent to implement for their services students and the district of Benton Harbor area schools.
A motion, the chair entertains a motion for staff report number 18, the resignation of instructional staff.
Madam President, I move that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to accept the resignation of the aforementioned staff and that a letter is sent thanking them for their service to the students and district of Benton Harbor Area Schools.
Support. Moved by Mr. Taylor, supported by Mrs. Momley. Any questions, comments, or concerns? The only thing I'd like to say is that I did receive calls and, for concern about Miss Julia Anderson. Families said she's a remarkable and amazing teacher. And so they really regret her moving on, but we have to appreciate her choice and allow that, so.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. McGowan?
Yes.
Mrs. Momini?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Gully?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And Mrs. James?
Yes. Staff report number 19, the retirement of instructional staff.
The board must vote to approve the retirement of the following instructional staff in accordance with the revised school code and general laws of Michigan. Facts and analysis, Sharon Katz, teacher at Kindergarten Discovery Center, hire date 11/30/1977, retirement effective 6/30/2016. LaVoy Wilson, youth advocate at the high school, hire date 9/7/1993, retirement effective 6/30/2016. Kathleen Knight, teacher at International at Hull, hire date 10/16/1995, retirement effective 6/17/2016. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to accept the retirement of the aforementioned staff and then another is sent thanking them for their service to the students of the district of Benton Harbor Area Schools.
The board now entertains a motion for staff report number 19.
I move that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to accept the retirement of the aforementioned staff, and that a letter is sent thanking them for their service to the students and to the district of Benton Harbor Area Schools.
A second.
Moved by Mrs. Monley and supported by Mr. Taylor. Board have any questions, comments, concerns, Ms. McGowan?
It's the wrong Sharon Katz again.
I think it
Well,
was,
it
it was wrong the first time, this is the correct.
this is the correct edition.
The higher date is correct, unfortunately, sorry. It's 8/21/97.
Wait.
8/21/97.
No, it's not. AKNT.
This was 77.
No, it's the wrong person. This is Sharon Katz, classroom teacher, not the AKNT.
Yeah, and the higher date is 8/21/97. Yeah, unfortunately, the paper says 77, it's 96.
We're not into Sharon Katz. AKNT.
So you guys are saying this is not the person that's retired? But this is an employee as well. Oh, wow, I'm glad we didn't let this lady retire and she didn't even put in for it. Okay, so we're gonna have to make an amendment to this one.
The correct spelling is KANTZ, Sharon Katz. And she is a teacher at Arts and Communications Academy.
Not Kindergarten Discovery Center.
Right, and is her hire date
8/21/97.
8/21/97?
8/21/97.
Is the hire date, and the retirement date, is that correct, 6/30/16? 8/21/97, hire date.
Okay. You guys have any more questions or comments about this? So, the chair's gonna entertain a motion to separate Sharon Katz from the other two, so they can be approved. Do we want, okay, so what we'll do, we'll make an amendment Is the first name correct? Sharyn, that's how you spell it? Okay. No? Oh, Sharon like me, Sharon. Oh, wow. She said it came like me, she would have been upset. Okay. I need the audience to reduce the chatter, please. The board is in session. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Mr. Turner.
I was trying to come back to trustee McGowan and let her know what she had to say. There was a lot of chatter, and she was the one that seemed to have the information. So I would just like her to clarify. Okay, so what is it?
The name of the person who should be retiring is Sharon Kantz. So Sharon is Sharon. The last name is Kantz, Kantz. And she teaches at Arts and Communications Academy. So those are the changes. And her hire date is
8/21/1997.
And the effective date is the same.
We have the wrong Sharon.
Okay, so that's really kind of easy to understand. They'll say what the problem we have with Taylor and Turner here.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so now the amendment, there's a motion to amend staff report number 19. And the corrected items are Sharon Kantz, SharonKantz, eliminating Kindergarten Discovery Center and replacing that with ACA. The hire date is 8/21/1997, and the retirement effective date is 6/30/2016. LaVoy Wilson, youth advocate at the high school, hire date 9/7/1993, retirement effective 6/30/2016. Kathleen Knight, teacher at International at Home, hire date 10/16/1995, and the retirement effective 6/17/2016. May I have a motion, please?
I move that we amend staff report number 19 to, I think I'll word this, so we have the correct teacher, we have Sharon Kantz at ACA retiring instead of the incorrect name of Sharon Kantz at the Discovery Center.
So how was that spelled? K-A-N-T-A?
Yeah. Please support. It's been moved by Mrs. Momini and supported by Mr. Taylor. Any questions or comments concerning any further items? No? Mary?
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Foley?
Yes.
Ms. McGowan?
Yes.
Mrs. Melvin?
Yes.
And Mrs. James?
The only thing before my yes is that I love LaVoy Wilson. She's an amazing woman. And the children that you feed, that you counsel, that you buy coats for, that you get shoes for, all that you do, that's not in your job description. Because you can write a job description, but you can't make it loving. We love you, Ms. Wilson. You're here, we love you. Yes. Going to staff report number. Oh, no. Oh, you guys have one question? No? Okay. Yeah, they shake it.
We vote now.
Yeah,
Vote
see,
done.
we voted on the amendment, right?
Oh, we voted on the amendment. We got, oh, I thought that's how you wanted it, all in one. Okay, but I'll do it, no problem. So now, staff report, number 19, Chair entertains a motion for the corrected version now to accept these resignations, these retirement of the instructional staff. Need some movement.
I move that the board, the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to accept the retirement of the aforementioned staff and that a letter sent thanking them for their services to the students and the district of Benton Harbor Area Schools.
I support it.
Moved by Ms. Gully, supported by Mr. Taylor.
Ms.
Tully,
Yes.
Ms. McGowan,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mrs. Melanie,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Terry,
Yes.
and Mrs. James.
Yes. To staff report number 20, Ms. Wheeler, please.
Transfer of non-bargaining staff, reason for board consideration. Ordinance vote to approve the transfer of the following non-bargaining staff in accordance with the revised school code and the general laws of Michigan. Facts and analysis. Marion Edwards, Secretary of Central Administration, transfer to CTE Secretary of High School. Recommended action if the Benton Harbor Area School of Education votes to accept the transfer of Marion Edwards.
Okay, the board now entertains a motion for staff report number 20, the transfer of non-bargaining staff.
Madam President, I move that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to accept the transfer of Marion Edwards.
Moved by Mr. Taylor and supported by Ms. Maloney. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report number 20? Okay, I have one. I read in this job description that, and it was the way that it was said that it really jumped out to me, but you would not believe how many papers we have up here. So it's crazy, I can't find what I'm looking for. But anyway, in this staff report regarding this particular position, it says that they were looking for someone that would correctly, with accuracy, type and record information. So I'm wondering now, with all the inaccuracies that we've had today, and none of them have come from this mayor. So that's something to me that is very, very bizarre, because this lady has been the board secretary basically since I've been on the board. And I can't recall a typographical error from Ms. Mary. She smiles when you say something to her. She doesn't rudely snap back and disrespect you. She's always professional. You can do that. You can stand for Ms. Mary if you like. She's that friendly voice on the phone that when you call and you say, I need to speak to the superintendent's office, and she's so pleasant. She has all the information, and whatever information she doesn't have, guess what she does? If she tells you she's going to get back with you, I guarantee you dollars to donuts, she gets back with you. She's a woman of her word. She has an impeccable character. And Marion, I will not participate. I will not participate.
Amen.
Because the job description that I read, that's who you are. So why do you need another? With that being said, Mr. Turner.
Yes. All of the school board meetings and the subcommittee meetings, I've been talking about this board, phenomenal. All of this paperwork done has been done by Mary.
Yes. And she stays.
And I have a real problem with that information, the accuracy and things like that. I think that really is a direct insult. It's a direct insult, and I have a real problem with that. And going on, you can't find a more pleasant person.
Yes.
And I'm saying I talk to her all the time. And I would like to ditto what President James is saying in terms of how professional she is.
Yes.
If anybody has the right to go off, I would think it would be Mary. I'm very serious about that. And Mary, I really Thank you so much. And I apologize for my part of this. It's really embarrassing.
It should be.
Okay? And so I don't know how we correct that, but that's not.
You know, Captain Turner, you're absolutely correct when you say it's embarrassing, because as the board president, no one had a conversation with me about our board secretary being removed. I saw it in all the stuff here. But it's interesting that I've been hearing for weeks that the job description we have received is for a specific family member of another. Now, that may not be true. That's what I heard. But I want to tell you something. This board is going to have to recognize who it works for. Those people. That's who we work for. And the board is going to have to stop acting like we work for contracted services, or we work for these random people. This is the Board of Education. This is the Board of Education. And you've been chosen, and you have a responsibility to not go along to get along, because everybody at this table, in my opinion, is old enough not to really need a friend so desperately that you do somebody wrong. Wrong is wrong, in my opinion. Mary, here's a lot of question.
Ms. Kelly?
No.
Ms. McGowan?
No. Not in this board meeting, point of order. Not in this meeting.
Yes. Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Mrs. Monahan?
No.
Mr. Taylor?
No.
Mr. Turner?
No.
And Mrs. James?
Moving on. Staff report number 21 is termination of administrative staff. Mrs. Wheeler.
Reason for board consideration, the board must vote to approve the termination of the following administrative staff in accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan. Facts and analysis. Angel Clark Creighton was hired as an interim probationary principal for the Montessori building. Michigan law requires.
Okay, I can cheer for you. They need to hear you louder, Ms. Wheeler, if you will, please.
Michigan law requires school administrators to possess an administrative certificate or enroll in a program to obtain their certificate within 6 months of being hired. Ms. Clark Creighton program within the 6-month window as required by law, and the building is now being closed, therefore eliminating this administrative position. Recommended action, that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to approve the termination of Angel Clark Creighton effective June 30, 2016. As you can see, you have a resolution attached.
Oh, I didn't see it. Thank you. Let me see. You just need 1 second to review this, please. I didn't know this was here. Mrs. Wood, if you don't mind, will you read the resolution also? Thank you.
A regular meeting of the Board of Education of Benton Harbor Area Schools was held at the Benton Harbor High School on the 14th day of June 2016 at 6 p.m. This is a calendar for the meeting information. Do you want me to read it the way it is?
Yeah, just read the way it is. Don't add it back there.
The meeting was called to order by Board President Sharon James. The following preamble and resolution was offered by member Vince Blank and supported by. Whereas notice of the board's consideration and termination of the administrative contract of Angel Clark Creighton was provided to Administrator on or about May 31st, 2016, which described the reasons for the consideration of the contract termination. And whereas the board has considered the reasons for contract termination and the information presented to it on June 7, 2016 by the superintendent or designee and by and whereas the board finds, among other things, that the administrator is in her probationary period, the administrator did not timely enroll in the alternate route administrator certificate program as required by law, and which resulted in the immediate and automatic voiding and termination of her administrative contract of employment on or about February 27, 2016. Administrator's interim position as principal at Montessori was intended to exit only for the one-year period of the 2015-2016 school year. The district is closing Montessori. The district has substantial financial deficit. F, administrator previously offered her resignation as principal at Montessori and subsequently requested to rescind such resignation. And G, the reason for contract terminations are justified. Now, therefore, it is resolved that the administrative contract between the district and the administrator shall be terminated effective June 30, 2016. The superintendent shall provide written notice of this resolution to the administrator no later than June 17, 2016.
All right, so the board now entertains a motion for staff report. Staff report number 21. Is that correct, you guys? Yes, staff report number 21 for the termination of Angel Clark Creighton.
I move that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the termination of Angel Clark Creighton effective June 30th, 2016.
Moved by Mr. Turner and, I'm sorry, that Turner Taylor's the boogie. Moved by Mr. Taylor and supported by Mrs. McGowan. Do you have any questions, comments, or concerns, board members, before we go into this vote? Mr. Turner?
Yes, this seems to me like this is another one that we should postpone. Let's go one else.
Are you making a motion to postpone?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so there's a motion, is there a second? So the motion fails. My only comments, I guess, would be that, everybody knows, it's no secret, that I'm a true fan of Benton Harbor people. When you look at our demographics, and you see 2 or 3% of the Benton Harbor residents actually have a professional degree. Ms. Jones stated that she had a master's from the University of Michigan that she obtained in 4 years, her master's, bachelor's and master's within the 4 years. And it's disheartening to know that certain things can be worked out if it's the right person. But when you maybe are not that person, it can become a little problematic. And you know one thing that I will not do? I will not stop being Sharon Renee James born in Benton Harbor, Michigan. That's who I am. I'm not embarrassed about it. I flaunt it. I wear my Tiger t-shirts everywhere I go because I love it. I absolutely love it. And I adore our people, our neighbors. They go and put in the work and get it done. Because, I could sit here and do this whole, little thing that maybe some people expect me to do, but don't ever have any expectations because you never know where I'm going to come from. But what I will say is this. I know that it was stated if XYZ goes, I go. And that had nothing to do with academics. And all of a sudden, people were scurrying to make sure that you kept XYZ. Uncertified XYZ. Then, however, let me tell you something. August and November, go to the polls. Go to the polls. Hold your Board of Education accountable for your community. This is our community. And we deserve the best that we determine to be the best. Not that someone has it out for. Because I know the real truth. And it's disheartening that it came to this place because I was watching to see what's going to get worked out. But I took solace in the fact that there is someone that we all have to see one day. And if there has been a wrong, you will answer for it. So if it's working to you on that level, I question who I'm sitting amongst. It's totally, I mean, I'm not gonna say too much more because there may be something else coming out of this, but this is really, this is crazy. So, Mariam. Oh, no, the motion failed. No one made a motion anymore, did you? No second, right? Okay, so the motion failed. Motion to postpone failed. Yeah, the motion to postpone failed, so there's no motion to postpone. There's a motion to actually vote on this matter, on the termination.
Ms. Kelly? Yes. Ms. McCallum?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mrs. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
No.
And Mrs. James?
No. So we're moving on to staff report number 22. This is the 21st century personnel.
She found it.
She submitted it. Okay, submitted it. Well, I'll read this little board and you can do this back. Let me, I'll come back. I was just informed that, Julie Earl sent a letter to the board, and it reads as such: 21st Century Community Learning Center staffing proposal. Due to the loss of one of our sites, Montessori Academy will have a budget reduction of $135,000. We will be going from a budget of $675,000 to $540,000. We are planning on partnering with Extended Day in the fall, so we need to be staffed to accommodate more students at each of these 4 sites. With a lower budget, we have a grant required staff to student ratio at each site. State licensing requirements are forcing us to maintain employees' files at each site and do additional screening and TB testing for all 21st century employees. Moving staff at EDU staff, which is edu staff, okay. Moving staff to edu staff will enable us to more easily stay compliant with state licensing regulations for staffing without creating more work for the district HR departments. My understanding is that it is currently costing the grant 36% on employee wages for retirement. Social Security, etc., where it would only cost 18% to run employees through EduStaff. Moving staff to EduStaff would allow approximately an additional $70,000 to go directly to the students and allow us to serve more students. Moving staff to EduStaff would allow us to maintain a quality staff pool and keep quality mentors who know our students, working with our students without putting them into overtime. It would allow us access to substitutes in cases of illness or emergency, or to add additional staff on short notice when we have large student turnout for events on credit recovery.
Subject: transition of 21st century staff. Reason for board consideration. Due to the loss of one of its sites, Montessori Academy, the 21st century grant will be reduced by $135,000 for the 2016-17 school year. By transitioning the 21st century staff to EduStaff, there will be a savings of over $100,000, which will allow the program to service more students. Facts and analysis. 21st century staff positions are as follows: activity leaders, teachers, and site coordinators. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to accept transition of the 21st century staff to EduStaff effective immediately.
Okay, the chair now entertains a motion for staff report number 22.
Move that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education vote to accept the transition of the 21st century staff to EduStaff effective immediately.
Moved by Mrs. Mommy and supported by Mr. Turner. You guys have any questions, comments, concerns, Mrs. Mommy?
Yeah, this concern, I know that we're trying to do this to service more students. I know we don't have money. I'm just a little concerned about getting consistency in staff by going through EduStaff. I'm hoping we don't end up with a lot of turnover, so that the kids get one person for 6 weeks and then they get someone else. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to monitor to see if we get, because we've had EduStaff for other things like custodial work and they stay consistent. But I'm just hoping that we stay consistent with the staff, that there doesn't become a turnover problem due to losing wages and benefits and stuff.
Does all the students are part-time? For the most part. So yeah, I can understand that because they are part-time, so people are obviously going to look for full-time employment. That's a wonderful point. Okay, so, do we move that?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. McCollum?
Yes.
Mrs. Mommy?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And Mrs. Shea?
Yes.
Staff report number 23, layout of non-bargaining staff. Reason for board consideration: restructuring grant funds that are received by the district will enable the district to relieve the general fund of significant instructional costs. Board must vote to approve the layout of the following non-bargaining staff in accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan. Facts and analysis: the following non-bargaining staff will be issued with layout notices effective June 30, 2016. These layouts will save the district over $1 million per year, plus employee benefit savings. Please note that the following people, Mr. Allen, Ms. McKee, are currently in the teacher contract. These non-school certified positions are coming out of the contract for 2016-17 school year. Would you like for me to read?
Yeah, they understand.
Alexander Richard, Youth Advocate, ACA, original hire date 11/28/2012. Larry Allen, Youth Advocate, Montessori, hire date 6/13/1989, rehire 9/29/1995. Shakina Burton, Family Coach, International, hire date 8/28/2012. Michelle Crowder, Academic Support, Kindergarten, hire date 8/27/1979. Sherry Fudge, Special Ed Secretary, High School. Original hire date 11/26/1990, rehire date of 9/30/1996. Trisha Wheaton, Academic Support, Kindergarten. Original hire date 1/31/2011. Alicia Gondrzek, Behavior Interventionist, High School. Original hire date 6/4/2009. Johanna Griffin, Youth Advocate International. Original hire date 2/25/2015. Ruth Harvey, Athletic Equipment Manager, High School. Original hire date 8/1/2006. Rehire date of 8/14/2008. Tanisha Jones, Family Coach, Montessori. 9. Original hire date 9/20/2010. 16/2015. Naquasha King, Family Coach, Discovery. Hire date 8/9/2012. Lindsay Childs, Family Coach, International. Original hire date of 9/2/2014. Kim Marizita, Youth Advocate at STEAM. Hire date 10/17/2014. Mary Martin, ESL Family Coach, International. Hire date 11/13/2014. Keisha McKee, Student Advocate, High School. Original hire date 9/29/1995. Leonard Morant, Family Coach, STEAM. Original hire date 7/14/2015. Marcus Muhammad, Restorative Justice Manager, High School. Original hire date 8/26/2013. Theater Nichols, Homeless Liaison, High School. Original hire date 10/7/2014. Cal Robinson, Youth Advocate, International. Original hire date 3/12/1999. Meredith Gambarelli, Smart Tutor Supervisor. Location is the Administration Office. Original hire date 9/10/2012. Shayla Triplett, Family Coach, ACA, 2/28/2011. Latoya Turner, Youth Advocate, Kindergarten, hire date 11/2/2014. Trisha Whitelow, Academic Support, Kindergarten Center. Original hire date 7/1/1981. Recommended action, implementing Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to lay off the elementary staff and their letters thanking them for their services to the students and the students in Harbor Area schools.
Long staff, whatever, right?
Attached to this is a resolution to lay off non-bargaining units.
Oh, we have an attachment? Okay.
Madam President, Mr. Gardner said
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gardner.
Yes, I just wanted to briefly let you know that you have an opinion letter. There were some questions apparently that came up there were some questions that came up last night at a meeting, a subcommittee meeting regarding layoffs and notice requirements apparently. And so I prepared a letter for you to consider. If you'd like to discuss that in closed session, it's in the packet, it should be in the packet.
Oh, it's in here?
Yes, it's in the packet. So if you'd like to discuss that, there are some important considerations that you may want to discuss in closed session under Section 8H of the Open Meetings Act. That's certainly something that the board can consider. And if they would like to do that before they take action, that's certainly something that is an option you have.
Oh, you guys want to go into closed session?
So the motion.
I have a motion that we go into closed session as Attorney Gardner has described for us.
Okay, so it's been motioned by Mr. Turner and seconded by Mrs. Momney to go into closed session. And I will recuse myself from this closed session because Shayla Triplett is my daughter. So I'm recording this closed session. All right, go close session. You gotta vote, you gotta vote.
Yes. Commissioner Allen?
Yes. Yes. Please, the board is voting.
Yes.
I'm recusing.
Wonderful job. Yeah.
Go back to the convening. No convening, right? No have to open back up and reconvene.
Yeah, probably to close to come back and close.
Oh.
We're gonna take a
Reconvene, motion for to, reopen.
I move that we come out of closed session and return to open session.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Muller, seconded by Mr. Turner.
Ms. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mrs. Mobley?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
So that, okay, so now we're back in it. You guys have any questions, comments, concern about, is this 23?
Yes.
It's 23, right? Okay, you guys have any questions, comments, concern about, staff report number 23, layoff of non-permanent staff? My only comment is, I would like it, I don't know what it is anymore. I would like it to be, broken up so that I can participate on the votes that I can participate in legally. So,
Everyone but your daughter?
yeah, I won't vote on that one. Well, no, I don't have a need to do that. I don't have a need to do that. So you have no questions, comments, concerns? I mean, did we get a motion? I thought we moved.
No, we got a motion to come back into it.
Oh, that's right. So, the chair now entertains a motion for staff report number 23.
I move that Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to lay off the aforementioned staff, and that a letter is sent thanking them for their service to the students and the district of Benton Harbor Area Schools.
Moved by Mrs. Momney, supported by Mrs. McGowan.
Mrs. Mobley?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. McCollum?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Mrs. Jones?
No. Okay, staff report number 24, layoff of paraprofessional staff. Mrs. Willie?
Reason for board consideration. Restructuring grant funds that are received by the district will enable the district to relieve the general fund of significant instructional costs. The board must vote to approve the layoff of the following non-bargaining staff in accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan. The following paraprofessional staff will be issued with layoff notices effective June 30, 2006 for the master agreement layoff notices that were given based on seniority. Tanya Jackson Dyer, paraprofessional at state, hired date 9/12/2014. Linda LaFoyden, paraprofessional at Discovery Enrichment Center, hired date 10/14/2013. Johnny McCree, paraprofessional at Montessori, hired date 11/22/2011, rehired date 1/4/2016. Joyce Perkins, paraprofessional, international at Hull, hired date 12/16/2013. John Ray, paraprofessional at Montessori, hired date 1/1/2015, rehired 10/15/2015. Victoria Sally, paraprofessional at Hull, hired date 2/24/2010, rehired date 2/2/2015. Gwendolyn Stanford, paraprofessional at Discovery Enrichment Center, hired date 9/5/2014. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to lay off the aforementioned staff, and that a letter is sent thanking them for their service to the students and the district of Benton Harbor Area Schools. Resolution is attached.
Board now entertains a motion for staff report number 24, the layout of paraprofessional staff.
Madam President, I move that the Ben Harbor Area School Boards of Education votes to lay off the aforementioned staff and that a letter is sent thanking them for their service to the students and the district of Ben Harbor Area Schools.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Taylor, supported by Ms. Gully. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report number 24?
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Ms. McGowan?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mrs. Maloney?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And Mrs. James?
No. Staff report number 25, layoff of instructional staff. Mrs. Wheeler.
For consideration, restructuring grant funds that are received by the district will enable the district to relieve the general fund of significant instructional costs. The board must vote to approve the layoff of the following non-bargaining staff, instructional staff, in accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan. The following instructional staff will be issued with layoff notices effective June 30, 2016. The process for determining the layoffs followed board policy and state law. K-8 classroom layoff positions. Rachel Bowens, teacher at Montessori, hired date 9/3/2015. Elnora Jones, teacher at International at Hull, hired date 9/3/2015. Melissa McNeely, teacher at STEAM, hired date 10/1/1996. Sharon Russell, teacher at ACA, hire date 1/15/1997, rehire date 8/21/1996. We're gonna leave with the hire, 1/15/1997. Deborah Smith Taylor, teacher at Montessori, hire date 9/21/2006. Micah Machabi, teacher at International at Hull, hire date 10/14/1996, rehire 8/22/2000. Amanda Quinn, teacher at Kindergarten Discovery Center, hire date 10/4/2013. Carla Smith, teacher at STEAM, hire date 1/9/1998. 9 through 12 social studies layoff position. Linda Fazio, teacher at high school, hire date 9/5/2013. Low enrollment high school elective positions for layoff. Jennifer Gunter, teacher at high school, hire date 10/20/2014. Kathy Cohen, part-time, teacher at the high school, hire date 10/6/2004. Deborah Turner, teacher at the high school, hire date 8/19/2002. Layoff positions currently on leave. Beverly Davis, teacher at Montessori, hire date 5/12/1989. Catherine Fifey, teacher at ACA, hire date 8/22/2000. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to lay off the aforementioned instructional staff and that a letter is sent thanking them for their services to the students and the district of Benton Harbor Area Schools. Resolution is attached.
Board now entertains a motion for staff report number 25.
I move that Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to lay off the aforementioned instructional staff and that a letter is sent thanking them for their service to the students in the district of Benton Harbor Area Schools.
Support. Moved by Mrs. Maloney, supported by Mrs. McDonald. Any questions, comments, concerns, Mrs. Maloney?
Okay, I know the teachers or they were told they were out to have a conversation. In the conversation, were they given the information that showed where they landed, you know, what their score was and how they possibly compared to others? Because we were given criteria yesterday. So were they informed what criteria to put them on this list?
They were informed of what criteria was given, what put them on the list, so they were given their score, they were not given anyone else's
No,
score.
yeah.
Give them their score. But they were given a list of what the criteria was, so such as attendance, student referrals, all of that sort of data. Then they also were given their scores that pertain to them.
Okay. And then, what is the procedure? Because I know laws have changed. What is the procedure for callback if we should need to rehire some of these teachers?
What we can do is getting that information from the contract unless you'd like to speak to them.
Okay, that is gonna be governed by your board policy, but teacher layoff and recall are prohibited subjects of bargaining. Discretion is controlled now by the Board of Education board policy. That was because of the 2011 amendments to Public Employment Relations Act. So the board policy will control, and believe that there was one adopted in January, and we adopted basically the Neola policy about a week or two ago.
I couldn't remember what I'm watching. Then my next question is, can we expect that when we start in September, that all teachers will know what the criteria is for the 16-17 school year? Because we apparently did not come up with criteria until very late in the school year. And in some ways, that's not fair. Someone didn't know what they were being judged on. So are we gonna have our criteria in place in September?
Absolutely. We are actually, Thoughtful Classroom, which is the evaluation tool that we're using. So all of that information is in the Thoughtful Classroom tool. Also, when teachers come back in August 30th, we have a training of revisiting the Thoughtful Classroom with one of their consultants as well. And then throughout the year, we are planning on making the student calendar now. So we'll have to revisit that throughout the year. And then we are at the December office, making sure that some schools are making sure they're having the conversations and being open about what the observations are for that year as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner?
My question is this, is that it's some kind of information that we can also have on our website?
Taking the Thoughtful Classroom tool itself.
The information in terms of the procedures and things like that, what all do we have? In other words, is there something we can have as transparency?
I heard the first part of what I said, I'm sorry, I will try to.
In other words, what we have in discussion right now, can that go on our website?
So the Thoughtful Classroom evaluation tool,
Yes.
I would say yes. I mean, I think it's a tool, but I'm not.
Okay, starting in 2016, 17, essentially, there were revisions on November 3rd, 2015 to Michigan law, which now you have transparency requirements, also like training, the evaluation tool has to be on the website. I mean, so there are things that we'll have to do. We have time to do it because it's now June the 14th, but by the beginning of the school year, I'm sure that the district administration will work to make sure that we comply with Michigan law and get everything updated on the website so we are transparent, because those changes took effect on November 3rd, 2015. Public Act 173 of 2015.
Say that again.
Public Act 173 of 2015 went into effect November 3rd, 2015.
Thank you, sir. I only have, let's see, what do we have that on? Okay, I have a question of the superintendent. The hospitality program, what's exactly going on with that? Because I see the hospitality person on here, so that was mentioned earlier when we came in the room and nobody really was able to talk about it.
Right, so when the decisions were made around this elective classes at the high school, what was the actual data. As a bar, just correctly. And so the data was looked at to determine what those classes are, what student counts they have. The counselors had also surveyed the students in terms of interest going into the 2016 school year. So those data points were used to discern what classes to offer for the 2016-17 school year that allowed us to still meet the need to move students through a schedule, a number of elective classes to support them, but at the same time not be overstaffed in conjunction with the consent agreement requirements. So the classes presented are the classes whose enrollment projected the smaller numbers by class, and they also projected when students were surveyed as far as interest, they projected the lowest according to the high school counselors.
would you happen to know what that count is for the student count for this hospitality program?
Yes, we can get you the data, is that what you're asking? The counselors, I'm sure, can provide that, they provided it to us.
Because I was informed that Dr. Powell says that if we cancel this program, that it's gonna be packed up and sent to St. Joe.
That is incorrect, that is what the intent is. But I am definitely under the impression from talking to Mrs. Dudley that we have 3 years as we have held onto the radio broadcast program. If we had not reinstated that program, we would definitely have lost it without a fight, from what I understand, because we were in our 3rd year not utilizing it. So we do have 3 years, and the intent, is to again grow our high school, increase our enrollment, and so the need for these classes should come back. But right now, because it's all about the layoff situation that drives this, and so we went to the data. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah, kind of, sort of, but not really. As Mrs. Gavin indicated, we've lost some amazing programs that our students are in dire need of that can help them with a lot of the problems that this district faces. I don't really want to call them problems, but the challenges. And I think that I would like to know, I'm going to put a motion to just remove that one piece until we can get the data, because I think it's unfair to vote on it tonight, given that you said you don't have that information readily available to us. And we really, for me, that's another one of our CTE programs. And if Dr. Powell told Ms. Gunter that if they vote against that tonight, he told Ms. Gunter, pack that stuff up and send it to St. Joe.
So Dr. Piles works in another district. I have not given that directive. We are not going to relinquish that program. At this time, we're going to exercise our rights until further determination is made. I personally did observe the data. I did look at it for myself. So the data did reflect the numbers. I looked at the data of all the classes, and I looked to see that there were significant differences in the number of enrollments of those students. So, but I will be happy to provide that data to you, as I said, to the counselors. I'm saying that the counselors retain the data, right? And so I know that I can retrieve it from them, but I looked at it with them when I was looking at discerning which classes programmatically that we would relinquish in order to address the decrease in our student enrollment and to respond to the consent agreement requirement to maintain a balanced budget.
Okay, so my last clarifying question I would ask is that, so the hospitality teacher is on here for low enrollment high school elective positions for layoff. We're going to keep the program or lay off the teacher?
We're not going to offer the program again. It's akin to what we did with the radio, what was done. I wasn't here, but when I was, parallel the radio broadcasting class at the point that it was deactivated. I like to use the word deactivated if that's helpful to the board to see the parallel. So the hospitality class will be deactivated, but we will not, and we are not planning to relinquish the course so that another district can assume it. Our plan, again, is to resurrect that program as well as others as we increase our enrollment and are able to afford through the budget salaries related to those positions. Okay.
So resurrecting, there's a plan to resurrect this?
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
So
It's based on the student enrollment, it's deactivated. I think that's a really good word because we're not, and I know Mr. Piles would like that program. He already gave me the paperwork to sign off, but I didn't sign off on it.
Well, I would like to have that before I could potentially vote to support that, because I'm glad you've seen it and know all of it and everything, but it would be most helpful to the board to be able to see it as well, at least in my opinion for me. I will require that. So, can I? Okay, so I make that motion that Jennifer Gunter, teacher of high school for the hospitality CTE program, be removed from this list until we'll postpone it till we can get the actual data and to review the core sales. That's the motion. Is there a second? It's a motion by me, myself, Mrs. James, and supported by Ms. Gully.
No.
Ms. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mrs. Maloney?
No.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mrs. James?
Yes.
5 to 2.
So two things. Question. Mr. Mitchell?
Does anyone know how many special meetings are scheduled between now and June 29th?
There's a 29th retreat with, I believe, MASB. There's also a budget that has, by the June the 22nd, I believe, so that's 2. Am I missing something, guys? I can't recall. I don't know. Those 2 I know. Well, then there'll be the other one too. Oh, yeah, Dr. Walker.
So, I believe we requested, at your liking, a June 27th, to review the budget for the budget hearing. I know Mr. Johnson was going to speak to this with the voting on the 29th, the special meeting on the 29th to support the vote prior to the MASB meeting. So those are the 2 nights that we have proposed to the board.
So that's 2 meetings on the same day?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry. The 27th of June is a Monday, and that would be a work session to hear the budget again, although it's very similar to what was presented to you all the other day. And then the 29th, a meeting to vote for that budget hearing.
But I'm saying there's 2 meetings for us on the 29th because we have a 29th meeting with MASB.
Correct. The request was to ask you to come about at 5:30 and then to vote to complete, fulfill the requirements of the approval of the budget and then go into the MASB meeting, yes.
So those items that were postponed will be acted upon on the 29th.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you over here, I'm sorry.
It's because I'm running out of gas. There you go. The items that have been postponed, this item, Gunther, and there's another item on human resources. Are those items going to be brought back during the special meeting prior to on the 29th or before?
I would say yes, I don't see why we would not, it's at the board's discretion.
So the deal was about the 29th.
Mr. Taylor.
So I think that too, we have, remember the dates of the 22nd, right? And then the 22nd was to make sure we had our budgetary stuff in, right? I think this is part of the budget. So I think we need to meet and talk or vote on the 2 postponements before then.
Before the 22nd.
Before then.
And before the 22nd,
I
Mr.
think
Taylor.
that's when the data, that's data-driven issue. Once we have the information that was requested, then we can select the date. How long it's going to take to gather the information.
That's what I'm saying, that'll be the first step. Once we get that, then we can determine. And then the last question, Dr. Walker, do you know, the board is expected to vote on ratifying the bargaining agreement as well, right?
I don't have an answer.
Are you guys are you going through the negotiations right now?
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the policy. Ms. Hurlover, are we in that process? I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
Meet again on the 20th.
English.
But the anticipation or the expectation will be that we move out before the end of this month to ratify that,
We would
correct?
hope so.
Okay, so then that, I'm sorry, Dr.
Well, I just wanted to go back to the meeting clarification, that's why I said my brain was still there. So what Vice President Taylor is speaking to is that Mr. Johnson does have a deadline of the 22nd in order to, he has to submit the budget to treasury. Okay, so that's where the 22nd date comes in. The board's option to still approve that though doesn't have to be impacted by him submitting it unless these postponed items will significantly impact Treasury's decision to support the district, and I would imagine that could occur. So that's the question that I think I'm understanding you to ask, Mr. Mitchell. Yeah. So in terms of Mr. Johnson has to present the budget to Treasury on June 22nd. The postponed decisions will impact what he presents. The risk that Treasury may then decline or reject that budget could impact everything else. That's what, but the dates for the meetings are set for June 27th and June 29th, with the board opposite can add to those.
So the board will have the information we requested prior to the 22nd.
So I would need to go back item by item, because the one you first requested be tabled, would concern me a little bit, because those are entities we don't control. You know, that's the way, as Ms. Edwards could speak better to you, she presented it to them, they asked them questions, she's gathering that information, she'll present it back. We don't control what their time frame would be, so I'd be hesitant to speak to the intergovernmental agreement that you all postponed, that it would, the data you're asking for will be available at that time. As far as Ms. Gunter, absolutely, I don't see any reason why you won't have that data tomorrow. And was there another postponed item? I'm sorry. Was it just those two? Just those two? So the first one, which is a significant one, it could potentially not be available, but I don't want to mislead the board. Oh, I'm sorry.
Staff report number 17.
Ms. Bowman.
Right.
And so I don't remember why, we postponed that because we were waiting for the final legal paperwork connected to that, so. Those could be impactful to the budget, which could then impact Treasury's decision to accept the budget, which impacts everything else.
So, Mr. Mitchell, we have 22nd, 27th, 29th, 29th, 2 meetings on the 29th. And then whatever date that the ratification for the bargaining agreement, I don't know when they'll give that information to us and ask us to meet on that. But I do know that that's imperative before. So that's you're talking about 5 meetings in the remainder of this month.
Well, the information that I asked on the comparables doesn't have an impact, that doesn't have a budget impact. So if it's not available, then I'll just vote for conscience on the issue. Those that have a budget impact, then we deal with it.
So I would ask the question, if when you think about the comparables to the salaries and the board putting the intergovernmental agreement on hold, if the board has a plan to approach working with those staff differently, then I would wonder if it could be impactful to the budget. That, my other question would be, on the June 22nd date, he has to turn the budget in on that day. So if the intent by the board is to meet, the date would need to be prior to June 22nd. And then he needs time to process whatever the decisions are made.
Okay, so if we were to meet by the end of this week regarding that matter, because we have to have an 18-hour public notice, so then potentially the meeting could be scheduled for Thursday, the 16th. Are you guys willing to meet Thursday, the 16th, so that it won't impede Mr. Johnson's work? Okay, so Mary, put that to the rest. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And because it's a special meeting, it doesn't have to be held here at the high school. The regular work session, the regular meeting and work session and the bylaws are held here at the high school. And special meetings can be held where the board desires. And the only 2 locations that we have is this one and 636 Pike. So if you just let me know what your desires are now, Mary can get that done right now. Get that out the way. Mr. Turner?
One of the things that we complained about when we came on board was how the previous administration was moving these boards around and around and around. And what was coming out is that avoid transparency. So I don't see any reason why we cannot have these meetings here.
It's not about not having them, Mr. Turner, it's just that, I'm just telling you what the law says.
No, we're saying, in fact, you're the one that we were gonna move here and this is where we're gonna meet.
Absolutely.
And the last time I went over to, central office, me, the board member, I went over there and there was a meeting, it was up here. So I'm saying, I don't understand why we wanna go there in that room. Let's just do it here.
Okay, that's not a problem. I think you're not hearing me. What I'm saying to you is this, legally, according to our bylaws state that for the work session and the regular meeting, they must be held here. But for special meetings, in the case of where maybe we're meeting with MASB on a Saturday morning, that would cost the district additional money because we would have to have security here. We would have to have the custodial staff here. We'd have to bring in staff and they would be beyond their 40. So, I mean, we're always trying to be conscientious of that and not go over when we don't have to go over, because in my experience in the 8 years, the Saturday morning meeting, I haven't seen anyone show up but the board. But if that's the wish of the entire board, that we have this meeting here, I have no point with it. I can drive on Colfax just like I can, so my car go that way. So, what do you guys want to do?
We can do it here, that's the, wish of Captain Johnson.
All righty, so Mary, 870 Colfax, Mr. Johnny, 870 Colfax, Thursday, 6 o'clock. Thank you, sir. So then that will be another meeting, Mr. Mitchell. So we're like at 6. So that's what we are. We'll move on to. No, so I'm saying we're gonna go back. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're gonna go back to this, and we've had the motion and second for that to be removed. Now the motion is for the staff report excluding Jennifer Gunter, that the board accepts or approves this motion.
I move that Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to lay off the aforementioned instructional staff and that a letter is sent thanking them for their service to the schools in the district of Benton Harbor Area Schools.
It's been moved by Ms. Sully and supported by Mrs. Nominee that the Benton Harbor Area School District votes to, education rather, votes to lay off the aforementioned instructional staff, excluding Ms. Gunter, and the letter sent thanking them for their service to the students in the district of Benton Harbor Area Schools. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Moving on to staff report number 26. This is also a human resource, Ms. Wheeler.
Reason for board consideration, with the closure of 2 buildings and the restructuring of the educational plan in the district, the administration has identified several new positions that are needed. And I want to note that these positions are going to be read as they were clarified earlier. The following positions are recommended for approval: behavioral room specialist, chief academic officer, 6th, 8th grade assistant principal, preschool student support services administrator, student services director, executive assistant to the superintendent and board of education. As earlier noted, recommended action is that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to approve the above positions.
Yes, and what Mrs. Wheeler meant by that is that I did present it as a group, and that's what she was saying. We both go that way as a group. So, the board now entertains the motion for staff report number 26, final staff report for this evening.
Madam President, I move that the Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to approve the above positions.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Taylor, supported by Mr. Turner, that the Benton Area Schools Board of Education vote to approve the above positions. Any questions, comments, concerns, Mrs. Momini?
Just comment that as we hire these people, we go to these positions, you're gonna hear from me over and over again, I want data on their accomplishments and whether they're doing their jobs or not. So that we know whether we've done the right thing or whether we need to do some more tweaking. I really am gonna get that t-shirt made with data.
Anyone else, Mr. Mitchell?
With the action that was taken earlier on the position of Ms. Edwards, why would we need the executive assistant position?
Mrs. Dr. Walker is going to speak to that point.
It would be beneficial to the leadership team to have an executive assistant. The technological needs and this, the work that we are endeavoring to move forward and toward, it would be a benefit to maintain that position.
To create the position. To create the position, not maintain it, but to create it.
Right, to maintain it on this paper, I'm sorry, to maintain it as a part of the group, to keep it, to create it as a part of this group. I'm requesting that the board would consider to leave it as a position.
So
yeah, that's.
I mean, that's a double. I mean, you know what would we gain by having two people? Proposing two people to do
The work is very different. What I'm saying is the work associated with the executive position is different. And in terms of the measuring of my performance in relation to that work, the technology needs that we have in order to be more efficient in our work, it would be a benefit to have that position still provided, hence the recommendation to make the initial move. So it would be the request that the board would still consider that position.
Okay, I'm a little confused, because is that a way of saying that you're going to disregard the board's vote and go on with this anyway, after we already said Ms. Marion is to maintain her position with us?
No, not at all. I mean, I think the board has said that you didn't request that she be transferred to the CTE building. I said not at all. The intent is not to disregard the board, to approve the board's vote. You voted to not transfer her to the CTE position. That was the vote.
Mrs. McGowan?
Maybe, we should remove this position and we should bring it back to us with a different job description.
Absolutely.
Do we need to vote to do that?
Please make a motion.
And
Okay, I move to remove the executive assistant position from staff report number 26.
Support.
It has been moved by Ms. Belly and supported by Mr. Taylor that the executive assistant to the board / superintendent be removed from staff report number 26.
And so, Madam President, if I may, if we can have that, for Thursday as well, right? And we can do it all at one time.
So, you have any more concerns about that? No? Okay. Mary?
yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mrs. James?
Yes. Okay,
Madam Chair,
oh.
I would like to file a motion to add the, conflict of interest policy to other.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So, my comments are, you know, being on this board for such a long time and having seen things in the same manner and,
You know, it's always different people, but it's the exact same thing all the time. And, you know, there's a plan, and it says this is a working plan, and, you know, and we vote for it. Because, you know, the language is always expressed that, you know, let's support this or that person. We're not supporting that as much as we're supporting the work itself. So, you know, for me, over these many years, it's just become such it's not even bothersome, it's very simple. Because so many people come in all the time and they say, this is the plan. And then the board votes to support the person for the plan. And the plan doesn't work. And the people go and they leave with all the money. And the Ben-Harbor people and our teachers from around the surrounding areas that drive in to support and teach our kids, that's been here for all these years, and the ones who've taken the pay cut, and, you know, maybe they could have left and they didn't leave, they stayed here with us, and, you know, they suffered things through. And, you know what, I think it was, I just think that at some point, is it against the law to stand for Ben-Harbor people or Ben-Harbor's teachers? Ben-Harbor's teachers, they've done an amazing job with what they've had. You know, I don't know. It just seems like something's in the Kool-Aid, I don't know, but I'm not drinking it. So I'm sorry, Dr. Walker, it's so long, I'm so tired. Dr. Walker, you're a superintendent comments, ma'am. Oh, so I'm telling you, you stand me like 5 hours, you forget it. What? Oh, the new, we took that out. No, we only got executive
We
session.
took one out, so the remaining one. I do apologize. You know, because I thought we were moving on. So the motion, that is staff report number 26. So there's a motion on the floor to approve and accept staff report number 26.
I move that the Ben-Harbor Area School Board of Education votes to approve the above positions.
Already made the motion.
Yeah, we.
Oh, we had discussions and amendments, so it's just a vote.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mrs. Nomini?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Howard?
Yes.
And Mrs. Stevens?
After one.
You can still have another.
We're not done yet.
Okay.
I mean, this other one.
Okay, a hot topic, you guys are trying to like, don't take it. Okay, Dr. Walker.
So thank you, President James and Board. Just wanted to offer a couple of superintendent comments for the opportunity. First off, want to speak to, again, the tragic experience that our district has encountered yet again with the loss of Trayvon. I would like to share that our leadership team and with the board facilities and operations committee was determined to sell the building earlier to utilize those funds to reopen our swimming pool. And just want to recommit to the community that attention is being given to the need to ensure that our babies know how to swim. And so I just wanted to share that. Along with that, plans to engage our parents that don't reflect themselves in the education plan as such are underway to opportunities to help our parents through data to understand the community that they are in, to do a needs assessment, working with some entities now so that when we have our back to school bash, we are purposeful in engaging our parents and bringing our community out and utilizing that time to really find out what our community tells us that they need. We also are planning to, I've been working with some other community entities to establish a community advisory board to rebuild the trust between the community and the Ben-Harbor Area School District due to years of, I don't know what to call it, I haven't been here, but just to rebuild that trust. And also, The alumni plan, the alumni plan, would like to talk with someone else, to start an alumni plan based on input and feedback that I've gotten from others within the community expressing an interest in, reestablishing the alumni's connection to the Board of Education and, opportunities for the alumni to support the district and financially through their service and their expertise. So do want to add, there are other projects and initiatives that are underway that have not been reflected in all that has been presented in an effort to bolster the community support and involvement, the parental support and involvement, as we also engage our students in a more rigorous and purposeful academic plan, along with all efforts to ensure an increased level of safety and security on our sites, and most definitely to ensure that we are not sending our children home as a form of recourse when our students don't evidence that they're being successful in the classroom. Is there anything that this is another great opportunity to have Ms. Robinson. There may be some questions on the floor regarding certifications, and so Ms. Robinson, I've asked her to present to the audience and the board her current certifications.
Thank you, board and Dr. Walker. So, regarding certification, especially my certification, I'd like to read MCL 380.1246. This states, mandates that a school district, public school academy, or intermediate school district shall not continue to employ a person as a superintendent, principal, assistant principal, or other person whose primary responsibility is administering instructional programs unless a person meets one or more of the following requirements. If employed as a school administrator before January 4, 2010, and the person has completed the continuing education requirements, he or she is not required to hold administrator certification. This part is my case. I was an administrator in 2008. I came in replacing Sharon Siegel. I opened up the preschool building, and then I have been an administrator since then. Part B says, if employed as a school administrator after January 4th, 2010, the person must hold a valid school administrator certificate or be enrolled in a program leading to certification as a school administrator not later than 6 months after he or she begins the employment. The person then has 3 years to complete certification requirements, or the school district PSA ISD shall not continue to employ the person as a school administrator. So Part A refers to me.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson, and that would conclude the superintendent's report.
Before we go to the others, we have 2 important guests in the audience tonight from MASB. Will you guys please stand and introduce yourselves to our audience, please?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Debbie Stair. I'm the Board Development Manager at the Michigan Association of School Boards. Working with me.
Hello, I'm Deb Macon, and I'm working as a facilitator and consultant for MASB.
Thank you, Ms. Stair and Ms. Macon. We're happy to have you here and look forward to our work with you. Oh, so we're coming to some. Okay. Okay.
He couldn't take it anymore.
Okay, no comments from Mr. Gowans today. Ms. Monley?
Just a quick one, I'll reiterate again that as I did last night, everyone that has some extra time or a little muscle. Majority of our teachers are having a PAC this week. It is a major job. If you or a friend have time to help our teachers PAC, please do. We would be highly appreciated. And that's it.
Mr. Turner?
Yes, I wanted to say, with the trainers of MASB, it's been phenomenal. Some of it shows that we actually knew what we were doing and were doing it right. And others, we really have learned some new things. And it's really been great. I really, truly appreciate that. The other comment is to staff and also the public. What happened Monday night, we had a phenomenal meeting, and we got all kind of information. And I hate to even think what would have been not like if we hadn't done last night's meeting. The point I want to make, Mr. Mitchell is gone now, but he has made this clear that we have to do completed staff work. When that doesn't happen, it makes it look like we are not, working with our staff and people like that, okay? So that's what happens, and I notice the city has had some of the same problems. We have to ask the questions. We have to get it clear. And you've seen enough situations that you can understand why we ask these questions, okay? The last thing, Dr. Walker had mentioned in that meeting last night about the attendance. Dr. Walker, could you comment on that, about the attendance of the student attendance, like 90%, something like that?
Yes.
I shared that the attendance report from June 10th that week, we had all but one of our schools whose attendance rates were well into the 90%. And that was a very amazing feat when you look at the data from when I started looking at that data back probably April, maybe the end of March. We hadn't accomplished that. At best, we might have 2 schools in a week whose attendance rate was in the 90%. So to have multiple schools in 1 week, it was a beautiful sight.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out, and I hope that you will continue to come out and participate in our Board of Education meetings to be more informed of the in-depth information that we obtain during our work sessions and all the other meetings that we have. It's unfortunate that we had to lay off all those individuals. And, I wish them all the best of luck in their future endeavors. That's the hardest part about being in this leadership position, because, these are our neighbors. Saying these decisions, we have to, intermingle with these people. And it's just unfortunate that we have to burden someone's family. And, hopefully this will enlighten others to bring their kids to Benton Harbor area schools and possibly get us back up to a Class A school status where we won't have to worry about our financial deficits.
Well, I'd like to just thank everyone for hanging in there, those who are in the audience. It's often hard. We've had these long, drawn-out meetings all the time, but you know what? At the end of the day, it's to get the job done. So, there's a couple of days. So I mentioned it tonight with the board. June 22nd, we got to make sure this budget is taken care of, right? 28th, we can go to the emergency loan board. So I think that tonight the board did their due diligence. Nobody ever likes to get laid off. I've been laid off several times in my life. I understand. But at the end of the day, it was a district with 14,000 students at one time. Now we're at almost 2,100. So we have to understand that things are going to happen, right, when you have losses. So hopefully that after tonight we can remain stable. But I just want you guys just to be hopeful, remain hopeful, because there's a light at the end of the tunnel. We have to make these decisions, and they're hard, But at the end of the day, I think it should have been made a long time ago, and maybe we could have righted the ship of this district. Thank you.
Yes, one item was inadvertently left off the agenda that I would like to add to the other. It was our board conflict of interest policy. Mr. Gardner, did you want to give us a brief, what we discussed at work session? Did anybody have any questions about that?
I think
Okay,
we
so
need to vote on it.
we need to vote on it. So,
You guys have conflict of interest policy and your communication, so everyone already had it.
Right.
it's just a state requirement. So we just need to.
That we vote on the newly revised conflict of interest policy.
What's the number? What's that? The new policy number?
We probably don't have that here.
Oh, we don't have it. I thought it was a new policy.
It is in Neola, but this policy came from Trimble, so.
Oh,
we chose to
okay,
take the
okay.
Trimble law firm policy over Neola.
Right, so.
So it's been moved by Mrs. Molly, you said?
I think it's true.
Okay, moved by Mrs. Molly, seconded by Mr. Turner. Best, do I have any questions, comments, concerns? No, ma'am?
Mrs. Mooney? Yes. Mr. Chandler?
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Ms. McGowan? Yes. Mr. Bishop? And Mrs. Green?
Yes. Meeting adjourned.